Chip, thank you very much. A sellout crowd on hand here at the Tokyo Dome as the games have been the last 2 days. Both of these clubs playing in exhibition games. Bobby Valentine and the New York Mets taking the field, and we're just moments away from beginning the 2000 Major League season. Here come the Mets in Tokyo. Mike Hampton will get the ball in the New York season opener. Let's take a look at Don Baylor's Chicago Cubs starting lineup. It'll be Eric Young, recently acquired from the Dodgers, leading off at second. Damon Buford in center field, and Mark Grace is at first. In righty, certainly a big question mark is Todd Zeile taking over for John Olerud. His last start at first base came with Philadelphia in 1996. No problems everywhere else. Terrific second baseman in Edgardo Alfonso. The shortstop, his double playmate, is Ray Ordonez. Ordonez, 3 consecutive Gold Gloves, and of course flanking him, and Ventura, who's won 6 Gold Gloves. I'm not sure there's anybody flashier than Ray Ordonez at shortstop. Just a marvelous defender. In the outfield, 41-year-old Ricky Henderson. We'll talk a great deal about him tonight. There have been trade rumors involving Henderson. In center field, solid, not spectacular. It's Darrell Hamilton. And in right, also coming over from the Houston Astros, Derek Bell. Eric Young just joined the Cubs during the offseason, coming over from the Dodgers, along with Ismael Valdez, Terry Adams, and a number of minor leaguers going from the Cubs to the Dodgers. Talk about history in the making. The very first pitch delivered by Mike Hampton will immediately be taken out of play, and that ball will make its way to Cooperstown, New York, in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Well, what a moment for Mike Hampton. What a moment for Major League Baseball. Opening the 2000 season in the Tokyo Dome in Japan. Has to be a big thrill for the youngster out there on the mound, Mike Hampton.
22-game winner a season ago with the Astros, a runner-up to Randy Johnson in the National League Cy Young Award. The first pitch of the new millennium, a strike, and the ball is off to baseball immortality. Cooperstown, New York, and the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I wonder if baseballs get jet lag flying back to the States all the way to Cooperstown.
Chat line, press 1 now.
Hey, Karen, so how old are you anyway?
15.
15? No way.
Well, I'm almost 50.
It'd be really cool to meet.
No, maybe.
Come on. We've been talking for like a week. I bet you have a lot of friends. Bet your face.
Who says you have to travel to the ends of the earth to find romance?
You'll find it in so many places, right here in Connecticut.
Call 1-800-CT-BOUND for your free Connecticut vacation guide.
New York State is doing more than ever to protect the air we breathe and the water we drink. Now you can do your part. Hi, I'm George Pataki. Under New York's Energy Smart program, we're working to make the products you buy cleaner and more energy efficient. You can help by looking for the Energy Star label, the symbol for energy efficiency on appliances and lighting products. You'll help protect the environment and save up to 30% on your energy bill. That's a difference all New Yorkers can appreciate.
Racing at Aqueduct, Wednesday through Sunday. Post time, 1 p.m. Get your heart racing.
It's what their parents feared the most. The Peisner quintuplets have turned 16. So we at Kia thought they would make perfect test drivers under real-world conditions. Or whatever world the teenager's in. Well, 5 teenagers and 500 bags of chips later, the car's doing fine. Mr. Peisner, not so good.
Right now, get up to $12.50 cash back on a new Kia Sophia.
A player that is as much myth as reality. Skills that are more known than learned. A swing that is more art than science. Ken Griffey Jr. is all these elements and more. He spent a decade in the American League and became the best the game had to offer. This winter brought him home to try for the title that has eluded him and to chase an epic mark that looms larger than all others in baseball. He's here in a city where he has always dominated, but in a ballpark with fresh walls to clear and new fans to amaze. He is a player for all time, and now for the first time he takes the field at Shea Stadium. Junior is here, next. The Mets are on a roll. They're riding an 8-game winning streak. Tonight, Ken Griffey Jr. and the Cincinnati Reds come to Shea Stadium. There's a buzz in the air, not only over the Mets' red-hot hand, but also Junior's in tow, and you never know what might happen when he steps to the plate. Good evening, everyone. I'm Matt Lonson. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports Net. Well, you can tell the crowd's a little pumped. Why not? The Mets are playing great baseball, and Ken Griffey Jr. makes his first appearance at Shea Stadium. Now, tonight, the Mets will be without two members of their team, Cookie Rojas and Ray Ordonez, honoring the request of the Cuban-American community in Miami for a one-day strike to protest the government's actions over the weekend in the Elian Gonzalez case. We'll have more on that situation a little later on. For more on tonight's game, though, let's send it upstairs to Howie Rose and Fran Healy.
All right, Matty, thank you very much. It's certainly a big part of the story tonight is Ken Griffey Jr.'s first ever appearance at Shea Stadium. He's been off to a somewhat slow start, but even with that slow beginning to the season, he's hit some pretty prodigious home runs.
He really has, Howie. If Griffey is struggling, you hope you're quiet and he leaves town still struggling, because he can do this right here. And he hit his 400th home run of his career, also a grand salami, but the Reds are saying that Ken Griffey Jr. right now is struggling. Well, Ken Griffey Sr. says it's just a matter of time. In fact, he's that left-handed pitcher that helped this young man become a future Hall of Famer. Those numbers are just unbelievable. Look at 10 Gold Gloves.
Yeah, and Daddy's got to be pretty proud, too. That 400th home run, in fact, the first Major League home run he ever hit, both on his dad's birthday. Al Leiter will pitch for the Mets tonight, trying to shut down that left-handed bat of Griffey, as well as the rest of the Cincinnati batting order.
Yeah, Al Leiter, of course, all he has to do is reflect back to last season when he won that crucial playoff game against the Cincinnati Reds. There are a couple of hitters in the lineup tonight that have homered off of Leiter during his career. One is Dante Bichette, who's in right field, and Pokey Reese, the second baseman, has also homered against Leiter. But look at the stat from October 4th, 1999. Very big game in Mets history.
And Al Leiter had a very big day in his and his family's history the other day, with his wife Lori giving birth to their third child. When we get back, we will examine the situation regarding the absence of Cookie Rojas and Ray Ordonez from tonight's game.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Coors Light, frost brewed to tap the clean taste of the Rockies. By the 68,000 professionals at Delta Airlines. By your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers. And by The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
The new Chrysler cars are changing the way people behave. And this spring, we're making it easy to own one. With 0.9% financing for up to 60 months on any new 2000 Chrysler car, for over $5,000 in finance savings on select models.
That's the third time they've washed mine.
This is a limited time offer, so see your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Hear it. Live it. Connect at The Wiz.
Get Mitsubishi's 46-inch TV and save $600, now $2699.99. And Panasonic's portable DVD players, only $1299.99. Sharper pictures, clearer sound, the hottest, the latest, whatever it is, it's at The Wiz.
Now's the time to head to McDonald's for 2 temptingly tender chicken sandwiches. Introducing the new crispy chicken and the new chicken McGrill, made hot, fresh, right to order, with all white meat and the perfect seasonings for a surprising taste.
Whoa, that was only the first bite.
Who has 2 great new chicken sandwiches? Did somebody say McDonald's? A worldwide Olympic partner.
Leather seats, dual climate control, and a 200-watt 8-speaker stereo to comfort those inside. And a radiator that actually cleans the air as it drives to comfort everyone else. The Volvo S80. Luxury inspired by life.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Infiniti, makers of the all-new i30 Performance Luxury Sedan. It's all the best thinking. By MCS Cannon, keeping people in business, and by Dodge, in a perfect world, everything would be different. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. As we mentioned just a moment ago, the Mets tonight will be without both Ray Ordonez and Cookie Rojas. Both have decided to honor the Cuban-American community in Miami's request for a one-day strike to protest the United States government's action on Saturday in the Elian Gonzalez case. So the Mets will be without those two. They did arrive this afternoon, but left quickly. So the Mets will be without those two. Ray Ordonez's locker remains empty. Melvin Moore will take his place in the lineup. John Stearns will be down the third base coaching box. Steve Phillips understands their thinking.
I mean, certainly it disadvantages us in a way, but, you know, I think in their view it was an issue greater than the game tonight, greater than their obligation or responsibility to the team, and I could certainly commiserate with them with the dilemma that they face and how to handle it, and as I said, if I were in their shoes, I probably would have ended up making the same decision, and they both said, or Cookie was there speaking for both of them, that if we wanted to dock their pay for the day, they would understand that as well. They just felt that it was something they needed to do.
And one other note, both will be paid during their absence. We're going to take a short timeout. When we come back on this chilly night, we'll have the first pitch of this evening's game. The Mets facing the Cincinnati Reds. Al Leiter on the hill for the Mets. Rob Bell for Cincy.
Introducing the remarkably agile, entirely new 2001 Aurora by Oldsmobile. It can't escape praise, but it can outmaneuver it. Aurora by Oldsmobile.
Golf balls are funny things.
They love the water.
They love the sand.
They hate to go straight.
Try one of these.
Tylise Tooth Fairway Woods.
Powered by Adams' exclusive spin control technology.
They're designed to help you hit
Straighter shots.
because in the game of golf, straighter is better.
And if you can't hit it straighter with an Adams Tylise 2,
maybe you should take up bowling.
or cricket.
Cricket.
Now that's a man's game.
Straighter is better. Tylise 2 from Adams Golf.
Howie Rose, Fran Healy, Matt Loughlin, back with you at Shea Stadium in New York. Closed captioning is brought to you by The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment. The Mets are on the field wearing their throwback uniforms to 1969. That's Dennis Quaid, the actor, who just threw out the first ball. Dennis, one of the stars of the new movie Frequency, which harkens back to 1969. And so is tonight's promotion. Not only is Dennis here, but the Mets and Reds are wearing those throwback flannel jerseys, which probably come in handy on a night like tonight. Pretty chilly. Although that flannel that Ken Griffey and the rest of the Reds are wearing is not. I had a chance to get a look and a feel at one of those uniforms over the weekend. Not quite as thick and heavy as the vintage uniforms that Fran Healy and others wore, but Derek Bell is still wearing it old style, real baggy around the legs.
He was wearing the old style with the new style. In fact, Major League Baseball said you can't do that. What is it, hip-hop? You're into that.
Big time.
Okay, well, they told me you couldn't dress like that any longer, but you see Pokey Reese swinging that bat, getting ready. But those uniforms are comfortable. They're not good. The ones in 1969 were not that comfortable.
Well, our umpires tonight brought to you by clickandsettle.com. Settle your legal disputes online before your expenses get out of line. Rich Rieker will handle the balls and strikes. Paul Emmel, Jerry Davis, Jim Joyce around the base paths as the Mets and the Reds meet for the first time since the wild card tiebreaker game in Cincinnati last fall, a game that Al Leiter and the Mets won by a score of 5-0 to move into the wild card round, or at least the division series, where they beat the Arizona Diamondbacks and then went on to that memorable 6-game National League Championship series against the Atlanta Braves. So for Griffey Jr., his first appearance at Shea Stadium, first of a 3-game series, and here's the Reds starting lineup.
Yeah, Cincinnati Reds, their manager Jack McKeon. This brought to you by Budweiser. Ken Griffey Jr., 403 career home runs. You got Ochoa in front of him, Bichette behind him. Young follows Bichette, Aaron Boone, Benito Santiago. And you also have Pookie Dawkins, the shortstop, and the pitcher, Rob Bell. Leading off will be Pokey Reese, and look at that uniform.
Well, that's the uniform Al Leiter used to see the Mets wear here at Shea Stadium during his youth when he would travel here from Toms River area. And Leiter will make his 4th start of the year. His last outing was on Thursday against Milwaukee when he picked up, or at least the Mets did, a 5-4 win. Al took a no decision, going 6 innings, giving up 8 hits and 4 runs. So Pokey Reese in to lead off. And Leiter's first pitch, fastball on the inside corner.
You know, players have tapered their uniforms as you look at Leiter's numbers. 19 hits, only 6 base on balls. That's impressive for Al Leiter. 17 Ks.
The 0-1 to the speedy Reese fouled away to the right side, so Al quickly in front 0-2.
Well, if you follow the Mets, you know that Al Leiter trying to keep the Reds lefties in check. He's done very well this year. They've hit .40 off him so far this year. A repeat performance of October 4th last season. He gets some nasty stuff when he's on. And Pokey Reese is the guy who's hit a home run off Al Leiter in his career. Got to keep Pokey off the bases. He leads the National League with 7 stolen bases.
So it'll be an 0-2 to Reese. And it's outside for ball 1.
You know how he's talking about those uniforms. The Giants were the first ones to get uniforms tapered. That came about around 1970 in that area. And when they tapered them, Larry Jansen, the pitching coach, said, we got to go to double nits. The pitchers can't kick their legs up in the air.
1-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. And that probably meant Juan Marichal as much as anybody who had that high leg kick.
Juan Marichal, and of course, Willie McCovey and Willie Mays, they all had those uniforms tapered. But that's how they looked before the tapering started.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Reese. Way inside, and it hit him.
Boy, does that hurt. We talked about how heavy the ball is that Al Leiter throws out there. So just imagine getting hit in the leg with that pitch. Pokey Reese dives in. The ball just kept biting and biting and biting, and it took a big bite out of Pokey Reese.
So Reese, a base runner, and here are the Mets who will defend against him and the rest of the Cincinnati Reds. Zeal Alfonso Mora for Ordonez tonight. Second start at shortstop for Melvin Mora. And Ventura at third, Henderson, Peyton Bell in the outfield, your battery Al Leiter and Mike Piazza. And now a former Met, Alex Ochoa, will hit. And noteworthy because of the absence of Ray Ordonez, the fact that Ochoa was thinking about boycotting tonight's game as well, but just couldn't come to grips with it and said he'd rather play.
Alex Ochoa, when he was picked up by the Mets, everybody said 5-tool player. He had a disappointing stay in New York. You talk to the Reds, and they say the same thing. They are still waiting for this kid to blossom.
Inside 1-0, Ochoa, his family now from Miami Lakes, Florida. Now a
Mets, Cuban-American, and there is Griffey waiting on deck.
Junior and senior.
Yeah. Some say senior will become the next manager of the Cincinnati Reds. Nice look from our new camera in right field, which is placed in a pretty good spot when you consider the left-hand power-hitting Griffey might well hit a few balls out that way. So that's approximately how it looks from the perspective of Derek Bell. Especially as Derek comes in now on a short fly ball. 1-1 to Ochoa. Zeal playing in front of Reese, who still gets back to the bag easily.
Pokey Reese with those 7 stolen bases. The Reds are very high on him. They feel he's their best shortstop, even though they have Barry Larkin, who was off to a great start until he got hurt.
Yeah, Larkin's going to miss between 2 and 4 weeks. He just had surgery to repair an injury to a finger that he hurt over the weekend.
They are also without their first baseman, Sean Casey.
1 ball, 1 strike. Reese running, and the ball bounced in the hole. Cut off by Ventura. 1 man away, and here comes Griffey.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Now, of course, some of the boos are the type of calls that you'll hear relating to any great player that comes into enemy territory. But remember, over the winter, he reportedly refused to come to the Mets in a deal that would have been consummated with the Seattle Mariners had Junior accepted.
He said his excuse was they gave him 15 minutes to make the decision.
Griffey with 403 lifetime home runs. Reese at second, 1 man out. Ball 1 to Junior.
Al Leiter said he'll work Junior in and out. As you look at his dad, Ken Griffey Sr., they had home runs in the same ball game as members of the Mariners. Both Ken Griffey and Junior and Sr. born in Nora, Pennsylvania. Also a very famous Major League Hall of Famer from Denora, Pennsylvania.
And the Mets, right?
Stan Musial. And you know what? Ken Griffey Jr. and Stan Musial have the same birthday. I don't think Senior's in there.
2-0 to Griffey. Way outside, ball 3. Now, this is Ken Griffey Jr., but left-hand batters, Fran mentioned that 0 for 40 batting average against Leiter this year. You get to that on 1 for 25. The right-hand hitting Dante Bichette waits on deck. 3-0 pitch, way outside. So on 4 pitches, Griffey is aboard, and the Reds have 2 on for Dante Bichette.
Well, Dante Bichette is another one of the Red players, and I believe there are only 2 in his ball games that have homered against Al Leiter. Bichette hitting that home run as a member of the Rockies. And it's funny because talking to Al Leiter before the ball game, he said, it's amazing, pitchers can remember the pitch when it's a home run. He said that Bichette hit a down and in slider. So therefore, instead of going down and in, he'll try to cut the ball waist high. It all depends on his control.
Mets will look for 2 on the infield, inside the Bichette, 1-0.
And that was a little bit below the waist.
So not a whole lot of success for Bichette against Leiter. Bichette, who's had major reconstructive knee surgery, came over last winter from the Colorado Rockies. So anything he hits on the ground, he got a pretty good chance to double them up. That's what the Mets will look for on the infield as Alfonso cuts in behind Reese and Leiter spins and steps off.
Bichette has had some real solid years playing in Colorado, and he goes from a guy who takes a big rip until 2 strikes to kind of a throwback to the old timers where he just takes a short, quick stroke with 2 strikes.
That's on the inside corner, a ball and a strike. Bichette got off to a slow start. He had 3 hits on Sunday in the game against Los Angeles.
If he tends to hit the ball off that foot, against Leiter, you got to wear some protection because of that ball he throws down and in. You tend to hit that ball off your foot if you hit on top.
And the 1-1 on the way. Slowly hit, too slowly for a double play. So Ventura goes to first to get Bichette, and the runners move up. 2 men away, but now Reese at third and Griffey at second. And switch hitting Dimitri Young will be next.
Good pitch by Al Leiter, keeping in mind what he said before the ball game as far as Bichette is concerned. He will throw him inside. He will try to stay away from down and in, but right there he jammed him. Whoops.
So Bichette standing safely now in the dugout after that little adventure. And Dimitri Young ready in the batter's box. Young, a switch hitter, 368 from the right side, a .52 from the left. Batting right against Leiter, who misses inside, ball one. Young playing first base tonight. Sean Casey's available to play. It's the first couple of weeks with a broken thumb, but not playing against the left-hander Leiter. So Reese at third, Griffey at second, and the 1-0 on the way. Fouled away.
Yeah, Sean Casey missed a couple weeks. It set him back, and Jack McKeon was lamenting the fact that Casey was out. Now Larkin goes down.
Reds were outscored in that three-game sweep by the Dodgers, 36-7.
There's the captain.
They'll miss him for a while. 1-1 to Young. Bounce foul. So now Leiter ahead of the count, a ball and 2 strikes, trying to get out of the inning. He hit Pokey Reese to start it off. Remember, he was ahead of Reese 0-2. Hit him on a 2-2 pitch. And with 1 out, he walked Griffey. And now the count to Young, a ball and 2 strikes. A 1-2 on the way. And it's sliced foul down the right field line. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, one thing you get from Al Leiter, you get a lot of pitches. And if you can get them early, here's an opportunity. This is a big at-bat for Dimitri Young. Because as Leiter gets more comfortable, his stuff becomes more effective. Right now, the Reds have runners on second and third here in the first inning with 2 outs.
And the 1-2 on the way. Foul again. So Young hanging in against Al Leiter. This is the first of a 3-game series. In all likelihood, Dennis Springer will pitch tomorrow night. But should Al Leiter need to be relieved early today, the long man out of the bullpen for this game is Springer. So Bobby Valentine could not be absolutely sure who would go tomorrow, pending Springer's situation. Rick Reed pushed back a couple of days. And the 1-2 to Young. Did he go? They'll check it. First strike 3, says Paul Emmel. And the side retired. So Leiter tied up Dimitri Young to get out of the inning. No runs, no hits. A walk, a hit batsman, and 2 left in scoring position. Middle of the first, Reds don't score. Here come the Mets.
Only one company offers these minivans. Now only Chrysler offers this, the National Minivan Savings Event, with up to $1,750 cash allowance or 1.9 financing. From America's most affordable minivan to one with unexpected luxury. No wonder more people choose from one family of minivans than any other. The National Minivan Savings Event at your Chrysler Prince dealer. Choose up to $1,750 cash allowance for 1.9 financing.
Well, the network's down. I suggest we try to fix it ourselves.
Ah, right here. It appears the switch is in the off position. Oh, should be on.
If business were that easy, you wouldn't need us. Get the support you need with MCS Canon.
QEA, the multinational conglomerate. Kansas, Oklahoma.
Ever get the feeling some people just stop trying? At Avis, we take a novel approach to service. We give it.
Microfinished camshafts and lightweight pistons mean less friction. Less friction means more power. More power means suddenly the speed of light doesn't seem so fast anymore. Infinity i30. It's all the best thinking.
From our right field camera, welcome back to Shea Stadium. Last of the first inning, the Reds didn't score, and here's how the Mets line up, Fran.
Well, Bobby Valentine will send Ricky Henderson out there to lead it off, but Derek Bell's been on fire. National League Player of the Week last week, 10 career home runs against the Reds. And boy, is he focused right now. He'll be followed by Alfonso Piazza, Ventura, Ezeal Payton, Mora, and Leiter.
And the starting pitcher for the Reds tonight, Rob Bell, ought to have a pretty nice little cheering section here. He's from about an hour's drive away in Marlboro, New York. Bell won his first Major League decision last Wednesday against the Giants.
Well, Jack McKeon and Don Gull are really high on this right-hander. Works quickly, very aggressive in his movement towards the plate.
0-1 to Ricky Henderson. And Ricky lays off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nothing fancy about Bell. He'll throw all 4 pitches: the fastball, the curve, the slider, and the change. And the foul tip by Henderson. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Off of Benito Santiago as you look at Rob Bell's numbers. More important than the numbers, the scouting report, is how he mentioned. Native New Yorker, 23 years old, acquired from the Braves, 4-pitch repertoire.
Yeah, he came over in the deal along with Denny Nagel that sent Brett Boone and Mike Remlinger to Cincinnati, to Atlanta, and also Michael Tucker as part of that deal. It'll be a 1-2 to Henderson. And Ricky fouls it off.
Now that number 24 with that old 1969 uniform would remind you of the one Willie Mays wore.
In 1969, it belonged to Art Shamsky. Willie got here in 1972. Fran called for something that Willie no doubt had in his first game as a Met. Hit one over the left field wall for a home run that won the game.
I was proud to do it.
That's your contribution to Mets history. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to Henderson.
You know, a forgotten grand slam was hit that day by Rusty Staub. I had a bad day calling pitches.
That's who you were rooting for, I guess. That's why they call them the Redlegs, right? Cincinnati Redlegs. Earlier in their history, the Red Stockings. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Henderson. I think he's still trying to get untracked, get into some sort of consistent hitting groove. He has not found one yet. Wow, this is turn. They got that 69 uniform down pat, huh? Breaking ball pounded to the shortstop, Dawkins. 1 man away. They're not all in tatters. I guess Ricky did that to give himself, I would imagine Ricky did that to give him a little more flexibility there.
In both arms, it looks like the other arm is also ripped. You know, once you're comfortable with the type of uniform and now you get to play in a ball game as they turn back the clock. I wonder if they're going to turn back the clock and play with the same type of ball they played in 1969. Look at this guy, Derek Bell. He's right at home in this uniform.
Well, he certainly made a home for himself here, the National League's Player of the Week. A lot of fly balls have been saved by that Bell. Hit hard down to third. Long throw for Boone. 2 men away. So Bell gets a couple of ground ball outs to get us started. Here are the Reds defensively tonight. Dimitri Young in for Casey at first. Reese, Dawkins, Boone, the rest of the infield. Pokey Reese, Gold Glove winner. Former Met Alex Ochoa, joined by Griffey and Bichette in the outfield. And another multiple Gold Glove winner. Or at least a multiple Gold Glove winner, Benito Santiago behind the plate.
Yeah, Jack McKeon had Benito Santiago when he was the general manager in San Diego. In fact, he made the decision to trade Sandy Alomar Jr. and keep Santiago. Remember, they were questioning what they would do. Santiago getting a new home here in Cincinnati, playing for Jack McKeon.
0-1 on Alfonso. I think a lot of people expected to win that Gold Glove last year that Pokey Reese won.
Well, they could give it to either one. Pokey Reese with more range.
Our marquee matchup of second basemen tonight. Brought to you by the New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit.
Well, Pokey Reese with 2 5-hit games now in his career. And you take into consideration the first time Mike Piazza had a 5-hit game was this year in Pittsburgh. Pokey Reese now with 2 of them.
0-2 on the way to Fox. And the foul tip could not be held by Santiago. Well, this fella's going to capture every bit that he can. Turn back the clock night. Griffey's first game here at Shea. Alfonso's had a good homestand with 8 hits and 19 at-bats. Mets have been perfect at home. To the shortstop, Dawkins. Bell gets 3 ground ball outs. It's won all 6 games played thus far. Actually, all 7, counting yesterday's makeup game on this homestand. At the end of 1 tonight, we're scoreless.
Its rigid body structure enhances cornering control. Its aluminum suspension cradle dampens road vibrations. And its tight turning circle optimizes maneuverability. Does this sound like a vehicle designed with drivers in mind? It's shaping up that way. Now get up to $1,750 cash allowance on Dodge Caravans.
Bottom of the ninth. Scores all tied. Hams on second. Turkey on third. Here's the pitch. And it's driven to the hole. A diving play by the second baseman. Here's the throw. And Shea Stadium is safe at home.
Mom knows Thuman's lean deli meats are good for her kids. They're low in fat, lower in salt, and contain absolutely no MSG. From our succulent golden roasted turkey breast to our tender roast beef and hams, Thuman's brings great taste home. Thuman's, the deli best.
Labor ready. Dependable temporary labor.
Good cut. You know, teamwork is the key to winning at any level. That's why Pepsi, Wall Bombs, and the Mets have teamed up in support of youth baseball. Through the Taking It to the Fields program, we're rebuilding area ball fields and providing teams with free coolers, Pepsi, and ice throughout the season.
Hey, catcher, how about getting back in the game?
Oh, right. Sorry. Taking It to the Fields. We're helping tomorrow's stars play today.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Mets and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. So Griffey and the Reds with some support here at Shea Stadium tonight. That was her left cheek you saw that said Red. The other one had Griffey with a heart on it. Just make sure we get the entire picture here. There we go. It's a whole troop of them. Aaron Boone takes low from Leiter. It'll be Boone, Santiago, and Dawkins for the Reds here in the second. Aaron Boone has been hit by 5 pitches already this year. Hit in each of the last 2 games. He goes after this pitch and loops it into short center. Here comes Payton, and he makes the catch.
Well, we talked about how impressive Payton has been since we've gotten a chance to see him quite a bit out there in center field. He covers a lot of ground. Biggest thing, get a good jump on a ball. If you can combine that with outstanding speed, which he can, sky's the limit.
Wouldn't you say his reads have been much better?
Oh, yeah.
Progressively since the beginning of the season, certainly since spring training.
Keep in mind how much time this guy missed because of injuries. It affects you offensively and defensively.
1-0 to Santiago. Payton made a real impressive play against the Brewers last week when he was pulled around to left center, went over to right center to haul in a fly ball, and made a strong throw to first trying to double the runner off. Hit hard. Whoa. Can't be handled by Ventura. Bad hop right over the glove. He thought he had it lined up for the short hop and then ping.
No, he didn't have it lined up. But right there, Ventura was hoping that that big glove would do the job. This ball was crushed. And Ventura knew it. His first reaction was, let me see if I can use the webbing of this glove. But if it's going to miss me, I want it to miss me if I miss it. That ball was hammered by Santiago.
So Santiago picks up the first base hit tonight for either team. And Travis, they call him Gookie Dawkins, the shortstop. Everybody knows about how Pokey Reese was badly wanted by the Seattle Mariners in those Ken Griffey discussions. Well, the Reds were glad they were able to make the trade. They really wanted no part of making the deal if they would have had to have included Dawkins. That was a guy that the Mariners wanted as well. They held to their guns.
Well, he was in Double-A ball. The Reds don't think he's ready right now, but they jumped him from Double-A to the big leagues. So at second base, they got Pokey, and at shortstop, they got Gookie.
For a story before the game, I figured, well, there's got to be some cute anecdote about how Travis became Gookie. And it's just this simple. His father just started calling him Gookie when he was very, very young, and it stuck. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, he's going to get an opportunity until Barry Larkin comes back. He's got a lot of responsibility because Larkin has been a mainstay and a very important player on this ball club. Larkin is the captain, which I think in most sports, being captain doesn't really mean anything.
He organized the barbecue.
That's right.
1-2 to Dawkins. Chop to Ventura. Alfonso for 1. Back to first. Double play. Good quick turn by Alfonso. And the side retired. No runs, a base hit, and the double play takes care of the base runner. So in the middle of the second, here at Shea Stadium, the Reds and the Mets are scoreless.
Do you think your fridge can hold all that?
It's always a challenge.
Well, why not get a bigger one at Sears? The only store that carries the top 6 brand names.
It'd have to be a really good price.
Oh, it is. Right now, you'll save $100 on a Kenmore top mount refrigerator with a built-in ice maker. It's only $4.99.
Sounds great.
And when you buy any home appliance over $3.99, Sears will deliver it for free.
So I'll be able to keep lots of crisp green stuff, right?
Lots. Hurry, sale ends Friday. Sears, the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
My dad wouldn't have called this retirement. I mean, who would
When
have...
do I get to retire from managing my money? Now that I have
trustees.
7 grandkids.
It's funny how investing was easier when I didn't have any money.
Titanium bikes are overrated.
I always thought earning money was the hard part. Keeping it's the real job.
I wonder, should we take the income? Should we reinvest?
Thank you, Painweber.
The new Chrysler cars are changing the way people behave. And this spring, we're making it easy to own one. With 0.9% financing for up to 60 months on any new 2000 Chrysler car, for over $5,000 in finance savings on select models.
That's the 3rd time they've washed mine.
This is a limited time offer, so see your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Well, this Thursday, April 27th, is a Senior Citizen Day at Shea. It's an afternoon game against these Cincinnati Reds, and all fans 60 years old and over will be able to purchase any mezzanine reserved seat for only $1. And this is a day of game sale only. More information, call 718-507-TIXX.
Well, baseball in New York did pretty well yesterday as far as attendance was concerned. Here at Shea Stadium, 37,987 on hand, and at Yankee Stadium, 35,693.
Not bad for a Monday afternoon. Kids off from school this week. And here's Mike Piazza leading off for the Mets. Mike enters the game tied for 5th in the National League in hitting. No balls, 1 strike to Piazza. Piazza also tied with Luis Gonzalez of Arizona for the most extra base hits so far. Got 13 of them. Rip. Foul.
Broke his bat. Mike uses a bat, kind of a thin handle bat. I shouldn't say most, but a lot of players today you will have a pretty big barrel and a very thin handle. And when you do it, what happens is you don't have much room for error in that handle area. And they try to pitch Mike Piazza in right there. They got it, and he broke his bat.
Look how
quickly he gets around on a pitch that's right on the hands. It's so far inside it breaks the bat. And
Well,
yes, he got around on it so quickly and had something on it.
Well, he didn't get it around quick enough. That's where they try to pitch him, and they got it in on his hands. But when they make that mistake and miss outside or off the plate a little bit and don't get it in enough, that's when he does major damage.
Hits this one towards the gap in left center, and he's going to have another extra base hit. Piazza motoring into second, and Mike is in there with a leadoff double.
Well, when scouts look at a hitter, they want to know how the ball jumps off his bat. Watch him go down and just golf this. What a nice swing. And hammer that ball in left center field from our camera behind home plate. So strong. Another look. Talked about that bat he uses. It's manufactured in Japan. He started using that bat. He tried it one time. Jose Canseco had a bat. He didn't like it. Piazza used it. He signed a deal with the Japanese company that manufactures the bat.
Well, now it's Ventura. Robin with 14 runs batted in. And he rips this one fair down the right field line. Piazza coming around to score. Bichette trying to come up with the ball in the corner. Finally does, and Ventura is standing at second. Back-to-back doubles by Piazza and Ventura, and the Mets take a 1-0 lead.
Oh, he talked about the way the ball jumps off the bat of Mike Piazza. What about Robin Ventura? Ball was outside. Watch him stay with this pitch and then drive it past Dimitri Young at first base. The Mets can't do anything wrong right now. They're in one of those grooves. And the result is a double off the bat of Robin Ventura, and Mike Piazza, who doubled, came around to score.
So for Ventura, his 5th double of the year, and he picks up his 15th run batted in.
Right now, the Mets are just throwing the glove and the ball out there and enjoying some success.
Todd Zeile on a 7-game hitting streak. Takes a fastball high, 1-0. Todd's average creeping up slowly, up to 262 now. He's still looking for his first Mets home run. He's driven in 8 runs. Ventura at second with nobody out.
The key when you look at this ball club offensively, if the big guy in the middle of the lineup is hot, the rest of the club seems to get hot.
Upstairs to Zeile, 2-0. Well, they certainly have gotten hot at the same time. Remember what a slow start the Mets were off to in terms of leaving runners on and failing to score.
And because of that, they played miserable baseball, but boy, have they really turned it on. And I'm sure Bobby Valentine, Steve Phillips, very happy.
2-0 on the way. And the breaking ball in there for a strike. Over the last 14 games, the Mets hitting over 300 as a team. They're at 302. It'll get you out of a slump in a hurry. Bell behind Zeile, 2-1 with Ventura at second. Outfield straight away. Way inside. Throw down to second. Ventura just gets back.
Well, Santiago is very aggressive behind the plate. He has a strong arm and he likes to show it off. He quickly gets his ball down to second base. Ball inside on Zeile. Pokey reaches over there in the throw, but not in time to get Ventura. One thing you can do to an aggressive catcher who likes to throw is when he comes up and you're on second base, you get a big enough lead. If you think like you're going to be caught off, he's going to throw to second, take off to third, they'll never throw you out. But you have to have a big enough lead to try that trick play.
Ball 4. So Bell in some trouble here in the second. He's allowed a run on back-to-back doubles, and now he walks Zeile. That'll bring up Jay Payton.
We're talking about that play. You watch Ventura off second base. There's Don Gullett looks on. If you're off second base, and you have a very aggressive catcher behind the plate, and he wants to throw, he likes to throw, and you know it. You get a big enough lead in this area here, and then you fake 2 steps this way, The catcher throws like he's got you picked off. You don't go back, you just take off. You see Ventura with the leadoff second base. They get a very aggressive catcher behind the plate. See the bounce off second up. He stays right there. He could beat the throw to third. But what happens when you're a base runner is you panic and you want to get back to second base. But you can't do it all the time if the catcher is smart enough to fake the ball to second base and throw you out of third.
Jay Payton takes low. One thing about that throw Santiago made, he was upright. But Santiago will and has attempted to make that throw from his knees.
Bad habit, and I'll tell you why. He was a real good throwing catcher from his knees as a young catcher. But fundamentally, he wasn't sound because he couldn't throw coming out of the chute. He had to throw from his knees to be effective.
Another breaking ball. It's 2-0.
And it sounds great, and it looks great when a guy throws from his knees. And we've seen him throw guys out trying to steal second base. But you can't stay on your knees 100% of the time.
I think it would take a toll on your arm, too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
On the way. And Payton hits it in the air to short right center. Bichette, the right fielder, calling. And he makes the catch. No chance for the runners to move up. So a shallow fly ball out by Payton will bring up Melvin Mora.
John Stearns coaching third base. Cookie Rojas not here tonight along with Ray Ordonez. They are honoring the boycott.
And now Melvin Mora. That one home run Mora hit won a ball game last week against Bob Wickman and the Milwaukee Brewers. Mora playing shortstop. Second start at shortstop so far this season. His 5th start overall. Mets with a run in, lead it 1-0. Ventura at second, Zeal at first. And a curve for a strike, 0-1. So slow runners aboard, which gives the outfield a chance on a base hit to throw a runner out. Ventura at second, Zeal at first, neither one possessing much speed. Or any, for that matter, at this point. 0-1 on the way. And that sits high. The right-handers far better. Ventura leading from second. At least the second baseman trying to keep him close. And the 1-1 pitch in the air, left field and deep. Ochoa going back. Ochoa to the wall. And he makes the catch. He's trying to double up Ventura, and he almost does.
Well, we know about his arm, but what a play by Ochoa. I thought he might have jumped a little bit too soon, but he was still able to catch that ball. And he made a strong throw from the 358 mark. Watch this catch. He gets back to the wall and almost mistimed the jump. No, he was fine. Nice play. Great play, really, by Alex Ochoa. Look at this throw. That's an impressive arm, and we've seen him throw. Robin Ventura had a break back, full tilt. How many times do you see a guy have to break back full tilt when a guy catches the ball at the fence? This could have been a lot closer. Ochoa is showing everybody he caught the ball. And a long throw. Melvin Mora watching it all the way, and he says, I don't believe it.
So Alex Ochoa keeping the Met lead at 1-0. And Al Leiter way out in front. No balls and a strike. I don't know if that ball was going out or not. It looked like it might have hit the top of the fence had Ochoa not come up with it. But either way, Ochoa is saving at least one run.
Derek Bell talking to Melvin Mora. So he didn't think it was going out. We're going to give him another
Not sure.
look.
Well, looked like that might have been going to the very top of the wall.
Now, Bell paid a little bit of attention to Morris and hang with him, and he said, now let me get my stroke down.
Yeah.
Forget you.
Enough's
You're
enough.
it out.
That's old news.
Look at that. He might hit Melvin in the back of the head with that thing.
And Leiter fouls it off.
Enough about you. How's that affect me? Yeah, Melvin came and see the game.
He's going to move.
He said, I couldn't even get a sympathetic ear for more than 30 seconds with this guy. You got to pick your spots in the dugout when you're making out like that. You need somebody that's going to sympathize. Melvin's going down now. You know, maybe get a coach. The hitting instructor will sympathize. Melvin's grabbing him. He wants to see if he got jammed. He get jammed? Now that's hitting in the crowd.
Leiter down on strikes. And Iago will have to complete the play at first base.
Good move. Make him throw.
Especially the wild throw bringing a run home.
Take a look. See if Mr. Rose is right.
I don't know. I'm guessing top of the wall. Top of the wall,
You're out there. There's pressure on you. You might be right.
Call 1-888-300-SOLD. Journal News Classified. It's quick, it's easy, it's cheap.
It's very easy. It's just a very simple phone call.
The classified people are great to work with.
It works for me.
The Journal News Classified is the best newspaper to advertise with.
It gives me my money's worth.
Call 1-888-300-SOLD. Journal News Classified. It's quick, it's easy, it's cheap.
It always works.
Everyone has a dream. Some that change your life, and some that brighten your day. That's why for every dream, New Jersey Lottery has a jackpot.
Play our instant games for prizes, cash, or just a reason to smile.
New Jersey Lottery.
With our 30th anniversary game, you could win a Corvette or $30,000 a month for a year.
That's right.
We've operated all transmissions by a simple set of rules since 1977. We fix transmissions, nothing else. We test drive your car with you before we do any work. 50% of the cars and trucks that we look at need only minor repairs. We treat each and every customer with courtesy and respect. We employ only ASE and ATRA certified transmission mechanics. All transmissions in Nanuet. Simple rules for complicated problems.
We go to the third inning here at Shea Stadium. The Mets with a 1-0 lead over the Reds. Let's take a look at our Delta Airlines upcoming schedule.
Cincinnati right here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. start. 1 p.m. on Thursday afternoon. Catch it all on Channel 11. Then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're out in Denver, Colorado. A night game Friday, 2-day game Saturday and Sunday. Catch all the action right here on Fox Sports Net. We got all the angles covered with our camera angles here at Shea Stadium. From right field, new angle. The man with all the angles, how he rolls.
So I just about sold you on that.
Yeah,
ball
you were
hitting
right.
The top of the wall. Huh?
And I'll tell you, I thought about suggesting a laser surgery to you, but you know what? I'm going to back off.
Always said 4 are better than 2, brother. Now, is that the Throg's neck of the White Stone? They always do that. Rob Bell in the lead. Takes a strike from Leiter. It'll be Dell, Pokey Reese, and Alex Ochoa scheduled up. Rob Bell making his 4th start of the year. That's the sum total of all those Major League at-bats, all 5 of them. One pitcher the Reds are somewhat concerned about is the former Met Pete Harnish. Just had an MRI on his aching right forearm. Harnish has struggled early. Reds come in 2 games under 500. And that's fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bell. The Reds' closer, when they can get to him, is Danny Graves, and he's been good. But the rest of Jack McKeon's bullpen has really struggled.
Yeah, and Jack is the type of guy that will go to the bullpen in a hurry. In fact, one of the reasons the bullpen developed the way it did last year, he didn't have that much confidence in his starting pitchers.
Bell down on strike, 2nd strikeout for Leiter, 1 down here in the 3rd.
Boy, Bell took some nice swings. Struck out against Al Leiter, but took some very aggressive swings. So the Reds love him because he's very aggressive on the mound, but he seems to be just as aggressive swinging the bat. Al Leiter turning back the time. You know one thing that's never changed with time? The breaking ball. Developed by Candy Cummings.
Pokey Reese was hit by a pitch from Leiter his first time up. Now misses inside with a slider, 1-0. remember flannel ripping that much. You see what Ricky did to his, and then Ventura sliding into second?
It ripped.
Like that,
Oh,
huh?
yeah, it ripped. Where was that last shot? That's exactly where it ripped a lot. If you were sliding, it would tear you. See that right there? Now, from there, you get the strawberry.
You don't need air conditioning like that on a cold evening either.
No, you get a strawberry. Once you slide, you tear the pants, and you also tear the skin, unless you have sliding pads.
Little chopper foul.
Or if you slide properly, that's what he's glad.
Up in Ventura with some significant ventilation.
Yeah, this is turned back the clock, all right. Look at that. Another slide. This man here is going to be arrested. He's going to change those pants. I could guarantee you Charlie Samuel in that clubhouse sees that.
1-2 to Reese with 1 out. And the fastball. Reese holds back. He is all set to pull the trigger. But it's 2-2.
Well, Pokey Reese had no rhythm right there. Front part of the body was out. Hands collapsed. Caught a break.
2-2 from Leiter. And the slider inside. So a full count now. To a man who is tied for the league lead in stolen bases.
You know, it's funny, going over the hitters with Al Leiter tonight, just talking about the red hitters. The only thing he mentioned, home runs. Pokey Reese and Dante Bichette.
They know. They remember, don't they? You remember the ones you called as well as the pitchers who threw them?
Nah, easier to forget them if you're calling them.
Just blame it on the pitcher.
That's right. You catch a masterpiece, you're taking all kinds of credit.
Payoff pitch on the way to Reese. And it's drilled deep to center. Peyton on the run, won't get it. This one will roll to the wall. Reese on his way to second. And it's a lead-off double for, a one-out double for Pokey Reese. Let's go downstairs and join Matt Laughlin. Matty?
All right, Howie, just a quick follow-up to your comment earlier tonight about the reason why Alex Ochoa is playing tonight rather than sitting it out, as many Cuban Americans are, in sympathy with the one-day strike called over the Elian Gonzalez case. He told me before the game that he thought about it long and hard, but it also came down to the fact he's not an everyday player. He said for the everyday player, an easy decision. He'd probably make the same one, but this is his 4th team. He's still trying to establish himself in Cincinnati. Felt he had to play. He also said, you know what? I'm going to get a lot of grief over it, but I had to play tonight. Back up to you.
All right, Matty. Ochoa bounced to third his first time up. And Leiter checks Reese back to second base. Alex missed some time earlier this month. Missed 4 games with a sprained right hamstring. Having a problem going back to come up with that fly ball off the bat of Melvin Moore in the second inning.
That last ball at Pokey Reese hit, Peyton might have misjudged it for a moment. It got over his head and rolled to the wall.
1-0 on the way. Hunter inside, and Reese is going to go to third. As soon as Reese saw that Piazza had trouble locating, he was on the way.
Well, that last pitch, diving in, and Piazza making contact with his glove. Always felt that was the most uncomfortable pitch when you're catching a left-hander, and he throws it down and into the dirt toward a right-hander. You have to dive in there. I was always worried about that hitter swinging that bat and making good contact with the back of your head.
Inside, 3-0 to Ochoa. A wild pitch charged to Al Leiter. First one that he's thrown this year. And so the tying run now at third base with 1 out. Mets have crept the infield up on the right side. Alfonso and Zeal moved up on the 2-0 pitch. Now it'll be a 3-0. They stay back, and it's taken for a strike.
Pretty good pitch for Ochoa to hit. Leiter had to throw that strike. Ken Griffey Jr. All eyes are on Griffey.
And the 3-1 to Ochoa. Broken bat, a run will score. Mora throws out Alex Ochoa, but down the line to score is Reese. So the wild pitch hurts Leiter as the Reds tie it 1-1. For Ochoa, his 6th run batted in.
Ochoa did what he had to do. He made contact. He put the ball in play to the middle of the field. Once you do that, the Mets just gave him the run. So Leiter made the pitch he had to make. He broke a bat, but because Ochoa could put it in play in the middle of the field, the Mets are now in a tie ball game.
So 2 out, nobody on for Junior, who drew a walk his first time up. And the fastball, 0-1. 403 lifetime home runs, 755 of Hank Aaron, the all-time record.
He's at Ruthian numbers without the build. Different builds, but similar numbers. Look at that. Ken Griffey Jr., Ruthian numbers last 4 seasons. 209 home runs, 567 RBIs. The Babe from 27 to 30.
On the way. Inside. 2-1 now to Griffey.
Heart beats a little bit faster if it's your son.
Ken Griffey Sr. used to play in New York with the Yankees. When he did, Junior would accompany him to Yankee Stadium often. And a big cut, just gets a piece. It's 2-2.
Ken Griffey Sr. told me if Mom was having a problem with Ken Griffey Jr., he would have him, if they were at home, he would have Ken Griffey Jr. flown into New York. He'd have a talk with him, and then he'd take him to Clone BP.
2-2 with 2 out. Just got a piece. When Griffey was going to school in Cincinnati, the only player's son that he can remember being a classmate of was Cesar Geronimo. Geronimo, center fielder on that club. 2-2 to Griffey. Got it. Now Leiter went upstairs with heat. And Griffey is down on strikes. 2 strikeouts in the inning. 3 so far for Leiter. Reds tie it up on a double by Reese. And in the middle of the 3rd, it's 1-1.
32-75.
I didn't bring my purse.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light.
It did look good on her.
You've got a key to your house. You've got a key to your car. Well, now you've got a key to the pump. Speed Pass for mobile. It's your personal key to getting in and out of the station fast. Just wave it at the pump, gas up, and go. To get your free Speed Pass, call now, toll-free. Mobile Speed Pass is linked to a major credit card or check card you already have. Over 3 million people are already getting gas faster with Mobile Speed Pass, the fastest way to get gas.
Get the shave of your life. Mach 3. It's so effortless. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. The closer shave in fewer strokes with less irritation. Mach 3. From Gillette.
Microfinished camshafts and lightweight pistons mean less friction. Less friction means more power. More power means suddenly the speed of light doesn't seem so fast anymore. Infinity iFit. It's all the best thinking.
One of the best hitters in all of baseball, as you see the tie score, all tied at 1. Ken Griffey Jr. striking out in the inning. Al Leiter said he was going to mix them up. Well, he did. Fastball outside, strike 1. Slider down, misses. Fastball inside. That keeps you honest. That's a pretty good pitch for him to hit. He gets another one right here on a fastball. But then he goes upstairs, eye level. It looks good, but you're not going to get on top of Leiter's fastball up there. Good pitching by Al Leiter, mixing them up. On Ken Griffey Jr., we'll see how he handles them next time on.
And to the top of of the order for the Mets as we go to the last of the third inning, Ricky Henderson. Ricky grounded to short in the first inning. Henderson, Bell, and Alfonso for the Mets against Rob Bell of the Reds. On the inside corner. So 1-1 to Ricky. Talk about all those records Junior's chasing. Ricky all by himself with 1,336 stolen bases. But the one he really wants, and he's talked about it before, runs. He would love to be able to play long enough to continue to move up the all-time run sport list. He's 5th right now, 55 behind Pete Rose.
Yeah, we talked about it before. His legs are the reason he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. His legs are the reason. He's been in more managers' doghouses over the years than anything else.
1-2 pitch on the way, inside, and the count evens.
Well, Bell has gone inside a couple times on Ricky. Once for a strike. There he goes in bad for a ball. Then he goes away. Now, we've seen Henderson go out and turn that pitch around that's out over the plate. We'll see if Bell, who has just established back inside off the plate, we'll see if he goes away. I'm sure Bell relying a lot on Benito Santiago to call this game tonight.
Inside, full count. And some new duds for Ventura. It's cold out to be wearing ripped pants.
Congratulations, I'm sure, for the double, not for changing the pants.
And the payoff pitch on the way. Did he go around? No. Ball 4. And Henderson leads off with a walk.
Well, Derek Bell has been very consistent so far this year for the Mets. 28 hits in his last 12 games. Ties a Mets record for hits over a 12-game span. Brett Butler and Frank Tavares. But Bell has also been doing it in the outfield. He's a goodwill ambassador with the fans. He's out there talking to fans before the ball game. He says that he wants to keep the fans involved, so he'll talk to them when he's going out to right field or coming in. But we'll see if he has Bell time. He certainly was practicing in the dugout at Melvin Moore's expense. He wanted a little sympathy. Bell gave about 10 seconds and said, let me give him a timing down.
That's it. Mora found another seat before he was in the line of fire.
He said, right now, he said, no, let's see what you could do now. You unsympathetic devil, you. All I wanted was beer for a moment.
Henderson leads from first. He's only stolen 2 bases so far and been caught once.
Santiago now going out to talk to Bell about Henderson on first base. You know, it's funny, as a catcher, you like to go out and tell the pitcher, but keep your eye on him. I'm assuming Santiago didn't go out and say, you know, don't lose your confidence. Well, maybe he did. You know, Santiago could throw. He mentioned throwing from your knees and strong arm. Maybe he said, look, just stop him. I'll get him. That's all a catcher really needs. You don't need a real fancy move. If you have an intimidating move, it's great. But just stop the runner, but get the ball to the catcher in a hurry without jeopardizing your pitches, your curveball, your fastball.
Ricky not running, and the breaking ball in for a strike. It's 0-1 to Derek Bell.
It looks like Bell does get the ball to the plate in a hurry. Talking about Rob Bell. Henderson, torn and tattered.
We assume on purpose.
I guess he didn't like the uniform. You know, there are some players that tear their uniform off in disgust.
Pops it up to the right side. Easy play for Pokey Reese. 1 man away. That's one thing we have not seen Derek Bell do over this hot streak. Is he just lunged for a ball there, and he has not been lunging at all.
Eventually, you deal with that throughout the course of the year. And Bell right now has a hot stroke, but right here he's fooled tonight. A nasty pitch. Look where that ball is. It's on the outside part of the plate, off the plate. And he took something off, and Bell, great shot of him lunging. When you lunge, you're dead. Who's Melvin Moore when you need a sympathetic ear? He's in the clubhouse.
With his own bats.
It is, Melvin.
So now it's Alfonso. 0-1 to Edgardo. He grounded to short his first time up.
You know, those uniforms, they have the buttons down the front, and when players used to get mad, occasionally they would get so mad they would tear the uniform shirt off and tear all the buttons. Well, Lou Pinelli used to do that. Then they gave us double knits, and there were no buttons down the middle, and Lou tried to tear it and couldn't tear it. So he took it in the clubhouse, and he took some scissors and cut it in half.
I don't know what's scarier, Lou trying to rip the double knits or Lou with scissors in his hand.
Oh,
he must have been a very lonely man when he had those shears. You don't want to go near him when he's got a sharp object.
The players get the biggest kick out of them, but there are those buttons. You know, those uniforms you can, show how bad you are. You can just tear those buttons off. Once the double knits came, there were no buttons.
The 0-1 to Alfonso. Outside, quick throw behind Henderson, but Ricky's back.
There's that throw from the knees you were talking about, Howie. Santiago, he came up with the Padres. That's what they talked about, his all-around play, and they loved him for this, on the knees. Strong arm. Henderson back.
He's unorthodox, but he's won 3 gold gloves behind the plate. Benito Santiago has. 1-1 to Alfonso. They play him straight up in the outfield, looking for 2 on the infield. And the fastball, Santiago tried to steal that one. It's 2-1. Good spot here. Should Bobby Valentine put the hit and run on? He's got one of the better hit and run batters in the box in Alfonso. Of course, Ricky still with good speed, even at the age of 41. Ricky still a short lead, not going. And the pitch taken high. It's 3-1. So with Piazza, red-hot hitter on deck, Alfonso ought to get a real good pitch here. And we'll see about Ricky going now on 3-1.
For some reason, you don't picture the stylish Mike Piazza in those baggy uniforms.
Yeah, they look good, though. I don't have any problem admitting I'm partial to those flannel jobs. Of course, I didn't have to wear them.
Especially in July.
Right. 3-1. Henderson not going, and the pitch fouled away. So now the count full. Of course, those flannel uniforms come in handy on a night like this. It's chilly, and it almost makes you wonder, well, maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for ball clubs to have flannel uniforms on hand for the cold weather early in the year or late in the season.
Yeah, they were nice in cold weather, but I'm going to tell you something. In the middle of the summer, when you were sweating in those uniforms, it was like you were in the weight room lifting weights. Those uniforms got awfully heavy.
Henderson leaning and running, and the payoff pitch hit deep to left field. Ochoa takes a look. That's a gunner. Number 3 for Edgardo Alfonso. And the Mets have a 3-1 lead.
Well, you can pick your poison right now with the Mets. Everything they are throwing out there is effective. Alfonso with the home run. You got Henderson with good speed on first base. And he smokes his ball. Watch this. That was not a 1969 swing by a second baseman. That's a 1969 swing by a center fielder. And he clocked that ball over the bleachers in left field. So Edgardo Alfonso putting 2 more runs up there in the scoreboard.
Listen, pal, do I have to remind you about Al Weiss and Ken Boswell, who hit big home runs during that 69 postseason?
They were good players, but this kid here is special. He takes a major league swing most of the time.
Well, here's Piazza looking at a slider for ball 1. Mike doubled and came around to score on Ventura's double his last time up. So Mike now at 388 on the year. And pending whatever Luis Gonzalez does tonight for Arizona, most extra base hits in the league. Grounded to the hole, cut off by Boone. And he gets him at first, 2 away. So Bell recovers after the home run by Alfonso to get the ground ball out from Piazza. Now we'll go after the left-hand hitter, Robin Ventura. Bell, who has a little cheering section here from upstate, about an hour's drive away, Marlboro, New York. Pretty quiet after that Alfonso home run. And now it's Ventura. Hit deep to right field. Down the line, goes! Number 5 for Ventura. After Alfonso drilled one deep to left center, Ventura pulls one into the lows in right field, and it's 4-1 New York.
Well, when they came back from Japan, nothing was going right. No defense, no offense. Now everything is going right. You get Mike Piazza out. You relax a little bit, Ventura takes you deep. Alfonso took him deep with the runner on. Now Ventura.
So 4 hits by the Mets so far. Half of them have left the yard. The other 2 for extra bases as well. Zeal takes ball 1. Ventura now a double and this homer. Curveball on the outside corner to Zeal. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got a problem in the press box. I think the lights just went out for the print media. Do you have anything to do with that, Howie?
No, not yet. 1-1 to Zeal, popped up. Doesn't matter what, I'm always a suspect with you. Santiago back by the screen, and he makes the catch. But the Mets break in front with 3 runs here in the 3rd inning. 2 delivered by the Alfonso homer, and 1 by Ventura. So the Mets go deep twice in the 3rd, and we'll head to the 4th, 4-1 New York.
For millions of drivers, this is the most trusted minivan ever, the Dodge Caravan. For millions of drivers, this is a symbol of safety and security. Recently, AAA named Grand Caravan top minivan for the best combination of features like performance, design, quality, value, and safety. So according to AAA, everything else is a B. Now get a $1,750 cash allowance on Dodge Grand Caravan.
Hey, New York, how many phone companies would you trust to send your calls around the world and around the block? You know, just one. Now, AT&T, America's #1 choice in long distance, brings local service to New York. Introducing AT&T Local 1 Rate New York. 1 flat local monthly rate, 1 great deal on long distance, 1 simple bill. 1 call is all it takes to prove it.
AT&T makes saving simple, too. Just $24.90 a month gives you virtually unlimited local calls. State-to-state long distance for just 7 cents a minute from home. Great international plans, including Canada and Europe, are also available. Call this toll-free number now to sign up and get 60 minutes of free calling anywhere in the U.S., including Puerto Rico, for 6 months. Up to 360 minutes free.
1 great deal, 1 simple rate, 1 easy call. From the one you trust.
Local, long distance, all rolled into one big ball. What a great idea.
AT&T, the one choice for New York.
Fortune 500 companies know that when it comes to renting a car, National Car Rental gets you in your car and on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. National Car Rental.
We go to the 4th inning at Shea Stadium. The Mets, with 3 runs in the 3rd, have taken a 4-1 lead, and we are joined in the booth by actor Dennis Quaid, who is the star of the movie Frequency, which really inspired the Turn Back the Clock promotion going on here tonight. You'll note the Mets and the Reds both wearing vintage 1969 styled uniforms, and 1969 a big part of the movie Frequency, and it's got a pretty interesting plot. Dennis, you better explain it, because if I try to figure it out succinctly, we'll be here all night.
Oh wow, I don't know if I can do it succinctly. Hey, it's a pretty timely spot to come on here. The uniforms seem to be doing their job, I think, for tonight. The Mets are, last inning, that was really exciting. Frequency, though, is about, the premise is what would you do if you could talk to someone in your life who had been dead for 30 years? What if we could turn back the clock? What our lives would be like? Is playing out your own destiny. A son talking to a father 30 years ago, and he winds up saving his life, and the movie really begins from there.
So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Bichette, who takes inside a cutter from Leiter. 2-1. What, you're fooling around, or somebody's fooling around with a shortwave radio, and you make a connection that...
Yeah, I'm a firefighter in New York City in 1969. I have a shortwave, a ham radio, they used to call them, and I die in a fire, and my son 30 years later finds his ham radio through the mystery of sunspots. Here comes a pitch. He's able to connect with me back 30 years ago. Tells me if I turned left instead of right, I would have survived that fire. So I do turn left instead of right, and that's when our story really begins. Everything, because we change the past, we change everything else that happens after that.
2-2 to Dante Bichette. Line in the air to right field. Derek Bell drifting over, and there's one away. Now Dennis Quaid, who's with us up here in the booth, threw out the first pitch tonight on Turn Back the Clock night. Now, is this reminiscent of any of your earlier baseball performances? Did you have any aspirations?
Well, as you can see by my pitching technique, I don't think I would have gotten very far.
Well, I got news for you. A lot of guys don't even reach home plate from being off the mound.
That was my main concern, you know, being up on that mound. You know, it's one thing to throw out here on the flat, but you get up on the mound, and I haven't been there in about 25 years, and you're either going to throw it over him or you're going to throw it in the dirt.
But you were familiar with getting to the rubber and peering in for a sign.
And it was low and inside, but I looked down, there was Mike Piazza. I went, okay.
Now, 1969 we mentioned as part of the theme of the movie, but I know there's some footage in there relative to the 1969 New York Mets as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's firefighter in Queens in 1969. You got to be an amazing Mets fan, and the amazing Mets play heavily into our story, in fact.
Now, where were you in 1969?
It was a year where, you know, miracles did happen. I was in Houston, Texas, but I was all caught up, as well as I think most of the nation was, except for your Yankee fans, probably, in the amazing Mets.
Base hit to right field by Dimitri Young. So the Reds have a man on with 1 out. Aaron Boone coming up. And again, interspersed throughout the movie, because I've seen the trailer for it, little vignettes, or actually little clips from the World Series that year. Did you have pretty good working knowledge of any of the details from that postseason, or did any of those that you acted with in the movie kind of kid around about, hey, we know what's coming up here? Or?
Well, I remember I was 15 years old at the time, and it was a great memory for me. I mean, along with the moonshot, and there was a lot of miracles happening back in 1969, actually, and that was, you know, it was a great time. Great time in this country.
It's interesting that there was so much that happened in that year between Woodstock and, of course, the moon landing and everything relative to the Vietnam War. What the Mets did in 1969 leaves you almost having to have been there to have fully understood the impact. When I say there, I mean aware of baseball at the time and aware of where the country was at the time. It was really a pretty unique baseball team and a pretty unique time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. They were still new, were upstarts, really, and nobody really gave them a chance. It was almost laughable, and for them to pull it off, I mean, it really was a true miracle.
Who else is in the movie?
Jim Caviezel plays my son, and it's directed by Greg Hoblet, and all I can tell you is it's a good motion picture, really. It's you know, it's got a lot of some science fiction. It's great human drama, father-son. There's a murder mystery going on, and it keeps you guessing.
So you've given us the premise, but there's no clue we're even going to get anywhere close to the ending. All we've got to know is that you're talking about someone who rediscovers, in a sense, his father 30 years after he had died by a shortwave radio. It's all very confusing until you realize what...
Well, there's a murder mystery that goes on along with, you know, that develops in the plot because he does save my life, and the movie will keep you guessing right up to the very end, and you think you'll know what's going to happen, but you don't.
2-2 on Boone. And Dennis, we want to thank you so much for coming up here tonight.
Pleasure.
Good luck with the Milton.
Thanks.
Opens, I believe, the 28th, right? April 28th?
That's right. This Friday
is when Frequency opens. That's this Friday. So, again, good luck with it.
All right. Good luck to you and all the Mets.
All right. Thanks. That is Dennis Quaid, the star of Frequency. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Boone with 1 out. Leiter to Alfonso. Good pick back to first, double play. Edgardo Alfonso made an outstanding play on the short hop throw from Leiter, and they turned the 1-4-3 double play on Aaron Boone. So the side retired. No runs a hit. This double play ends the inning. Middle of the 4th at Shea. 4-1, New York.
Well, when I got hurt in this work, thought I had supplemental insurance.
Supplemental insurance? What's that? Aflac.
Well, even the best insurance doesn't give you cash to cover things like lost pay, other expenses. This does.
What does? Aflac.
Shouldn't ask about it at work.
Really? And what's it called? Aflac!
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Aflac.
Leather seats, dual climate control, and a 200-watt 8-speaker stereo to comfort those inside. And a radiator that actually cleans the air as it drives to comfort everyone else. The Volvo S80. Luxury inspired by life.
Get connected at The Wiz. Get Apple's iMac digital video computer on sale for $999.99. The hottest, the latest, whatever it is, it's at The Wiz.
What a day to be in Shea. That ball is gone. Oh my, what a catch.
It's Mets Cap Day, Saturday, May 20th, sponsored by Fox Sports Net.
Amazing play. Line drive, base hit. The Mets win the ball game.
The Diamondbacks versus the Mets. For tickets, call 718-5076.
Base hit. The Mets win the ball game.
We go to the last of the 4th inning here at Shea Stadium. Mets with a 4-1 lead. This is our Aflac trivia question. And the longest winning streak in Mets history actually took place several times. I'll give you that much of a hint. One of those times was in the year that is being remembered tonight, based on the apparel being worn by the Mets and the Cincinnati Reds.
There he is.
You know, this could be 4 o'clock in the morning and he'd be doing that. Oh, now he's pitching.
How about that?
Oh.
No, you know, he's talking about being ready when a guy comes out. You know, he's talking about how quick he's coming from the set positions.
Whoa, pulled foul by Peyton. 0-1.
Peyton looks like he's been a little bit out in front right there. He waited well on that ball.
Bottom third of the Mets order here in the 4th inning. Peyton, Melvin Mora, and Al Leiter against Rob Bell. Gave up those 2 long balls in the 3rd. And Derek waiting for his chance. And again, a foul ball. It's 0-2. Told you the Mets starting pitcher for tomorrow night, in all likelihood, Dennis Springer. Denny Nagel will pitch tomorrow, the left-hander for the Reds. Steve Harris, this point scheduled to face Glendon Rush on Thursday. 0-2 on the way to Jay, outside. And then Pete Harnish, we told you about that forearm problem that he has. They gave him the MRI a couple of days ago, came back negative. So right now, he's scheduled to get his next turn on Friday in Pittsburgh. Boy, the Reds have had some problems this year over this first little while, especially on defense. That's pulled and gloved by Boone. And his throw gets Peyton one away. Now, once again, Senior Citizens Day is coming up here at Shea Stadium on Thursday when the Reds are in for the final game of this series. All fans 60 and over can buy mezzanine reserve seats for just $1. That's a day of game purchase only. For tickets, call 718-507-TIXX. Melvin Mora hit a fly ball right to the top of the left field wall. In the 2nd inning, Alex Ochoa made an outstanding catch.
and robbed Mora of an extra base hit.
Mora hit a long home run the other day here at Shea Stadium. There's been a lot written and talked about this baseball now. One thing for sure, the baseball shall weigh not less than 5 nor more than 5 1/4 ounces and measure not less than 9 nor more than 9.5 inches in circumference. So, with that in mind, you're going to work on the ball if you can. They say it's tighter now. What do you think?
Well, I've read the same stuff that you have. Heard stories about how Gil Hodges, when the ball was softer, was able to even soften it some more by squeezing it so hard that he compressed the outside of the ball. Nice bunt by Mora. Only chance is to let it roll, and it does, a foul ball. Just reading a story the other day about Gil Hodges squeezing a ball when he would get it, playing first base for the Dodgers. And
well, he was one of the strongest guys in baseball. He could probably do it with the ball today.
I got a simpler idea.
Here's Melvin Mora bunting. Look at you see, he pulled his head. How many times do you see a guy pull a head on a bunted ball? And the ball just went foul. Nice try by Melvin Mora, but pulling his head on a bunted ball.
If you know someone is bunting, that's where you want to throw the ball, right?
Well,
up and in like that?
That wasn't a fastball.
No, but I'm saying just in terms of location, you want to throw a ball up and in if you know a guy is bunting.
Well, with runners on the bases, you would like to throw that fastball up and in. If a guy's breaking towards home on a squeeze play. But in a case like this, if you throw a fastball high, it's tough to bunt that ball on the ground.
Mora down on strikes. That's the second strikeout for Bell. 2 out, nobody on.
Yeah, if a guy is running down third baseline in a squeeze situation, then you throw up and in as you look at what's the longest winning streak in Mets history.
Well, they did it for the first time in 1969. The answer to our Aflac trivia question, Wayne Garrett's number on that 69 championship squad, 11. And Al Leiter has himself a base hit. First hit of the year for Al Leiter. Comes with 2 out here in the 4th inning. Yes, congratulations.
He doesn't want the jacket. Oh, does he want the jacket? He said yes. He said no.
So was there indecision?
On the part of the jacket. There's that base hit in the right field. Al Leiter cruising into first base with a base hit. And then he said, I'll take the jacket. And he said, I don't want the jacket.
Ricky Henderson grounded to short, drew a walk. And a curveball for a strike.
Bell, another one of those pitchers, and I think more pitchers today than ever before going to that set position chest high or even neck high. And it allows you to have a better move to first base, although he really doesn't need one with Al Leiter on. But see where he sets up? Remember, everybody's to set it at the belt.
Fly ball right field. Should be easy for Bichette, and it is. No runs. Al Leiter's first hit of the year. And Leiter left at first base. 4 in the books. Game 1 of a 3-game series here at Shea. Leiter and the Mets with a 4-1 lead.
Automotive, auto body.
Clarkstown International Collision is now online. Clarkstown offers a professional and courteous staff with over 25 years of experience and features state-of-the-art equipment to ensure proper auto body repair. We feature a state-of-the-art spray booth that bakes the paint to a factory finish and 24-hour flatbed towing service. Visit us online at cicautobody.com.
Everyone has a dream. Some that change your life and some that brighten your day. That's why for every dream, New Jersey Lottery has a jackpot.
Play our instant games for prizes, cash, or just a reason to smile.
Jersey Lottery.
With our 30th anniversary game, you could win a Corvette or $30,000 a month for a year.
That's right.
Does buying a new car seem like the same old story?
Let me go check with my manager. I have to check with my manager. But I have to go check with my manager.
At Norris Pontiac GMC truck, there are no tricks, no haggling, and nothing to hide. All you need is your first month's payment, and you're driving a new Pontiac or GMC truck. No security fee, no bank fee, and no down payment.
No haggling, no hassling. Just drive out happy.
Norris Pontiac GMC truck, routes 59 and 306, Muncie.
Well, the Knicks in the NBA playoffs against the Toronto Raptors. You can see Game 2 tomorrow night on MSG, beginning with MCS Cannon Knicks game night at 7:30. And then at 8 o'clock, the Knicks and Raptors tip off at the Garden. New York Knicks playoff basketball tomorrow night at 8 live on MSG Network. So Al Leiter, just off of becoming a father for the third time, has had something to celebrate about tonight. In addition to that, the 4-run outburst by the Mets, 4-1 lead, and Al's got his first base hit of the year, too. So things going very nicely so far for Mr. Leiter. He'll face the bottom third of the Cincinnati batting order here in the 5th inning. And in with a play-by-play, Fran Healy.
All right, Howie Rose. Benito Santiago leads it off. He'll be followed by Dookie Dawkins and then Rob Bell. Santiago in his first AB tonight. Single to left field. It falls hard by Ventura. 4-1, the Mets on top of the Reds. Outside Santiago, 1-0. Turn back the clock tonight. Back in 1969 for the Mets. And you think of 1969, you think of that great pitching staff, great pitchers the Mets have had over the years. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Boy, that's hit hard in left field. Santiago with 2 bullets off his bat. I mean, 3-5-0 right now. So the Reds have a base runner here in the top of the 5th. One of the greatest pitchers ever to pitch for the Mets, achieved stardom in other places. Nolan Ryan, and I talked to his agent, Matt Marola, yesterday. He told me that Nolan Ryan is doing very well, and he did not have a heart attack. I mean, everybody was very surprised because Nolan was one of these guys who worked out about as much or more than anybody, and Matt Marola was telling me that Nolan is doing fine and will be out of the hospital shortly. Check Santiago at first base. But boy, back then, I don't know where the Mets got it, but they had unbelievable pitchers, not only in the major leagues, but in the minor leagues. Ricky Dawkins at the inside ball 1. I played against the Mets in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Nolan Ryan, Gary Gentry, Jim McAndrews, Jerry Johnson, Bob Johnson. They had a guy named Schmelz who threw as hard as any of them. I don't even know if he got in the major leagues. I think he hurt his arm. Swung on and fouled off.
Jim Bibby threw hard.
I'll tell you one thing. You played that Williamsport team, and you better fatten your average up before you went into Williamsport and after you left, because there was a real good chance there was going to be an over in one of those 3 games or more than one over. Nolan Ryan pitched one of his greatest games in Williamsport. He struck out 21.
You know, the year before Tom Seaver came up and won the Rookie of the Year award, 1967, Mets had a young pitcher, a left-hander, by the name of Dick Rustek, who in his first major league start for the Mets here at Shea Stadium against the Cincinnati Reds shut him out. But he blew out his arm about 2 starts after that. Never won another game in the big leagues.
Now ball to third. Ventura goes to first. They get Dawkins on the ground out. Santiago moved to second base. Robin Ventura, 6 Gold Gloves. You know, he reminds you a little bit of Brooks Robinson. He's not real fast, but he's quick. And he can charge the ball with the best of them. Has good range at third base.
You always think Brooks Robinson, when a third baseman, has to make that bare hand pickup of a bunt or a swinging bunt to throw on the run. We've seen Robin do that as a Met.
We've seen him do it a number of times. And as I mentioned, 6 Gold Gloves. The batter now, Chris Steins for the Cincinnati Reds. If you just tuned in, the Reds are trailing the Mets by 3 runs here in the top of the 5th inning. It's a cool evening here at Shea Stadium. Keep in mind, this is the first of the 3-game series, so if you want to see more of Ken Griffey Jr., come out to Shea Stadium tomorrow night and Thursday afternoon. catch. I don't care what you say. You see this glove? I'm going to do a lot of catching with this. I think he said, "Are you kidding me? I'm going to be a brain surgeon." Do you remember your first glove as a kid?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can remember it like it was yesterday. Here's the first pitch to Stein, big strike.
I can remember whose model it was, too, an Al Kaline glove.
Oh, what a great player. Mine was Joe Dean. Barn Sullivan tossing in the pin. Stein's batting .467. Severely Jam pops it up. This is the catcher's delight right here. You know, it's high enough where you get time to get to it. The ball's not going to be doing any dancing because it's not that high. And you know you got it. Now Leiter's happy. He's talking to himself. 2 outs.
Listen to Leiter after this foul ball.
They think he said stand up. Mike knew that was going to be his first reaction, was to stand up. Pokey reaches the batter, he takes inside.
I couldn't tell, I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell stand up or straight up. He might have been telling Mike that ball was straight up.
Yeah. Stand up, we got a problem. If you have to tell the catcher to stand up, that's a problem. We're going to listen again. We're going to figure this one out. 1-0 on Pokey Reese. It's 4-1, the Mets on top of the Reds. Reese takes the strike.
Decide for yourself.
Yeah. He's got both bases covered. He did say straight up. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pokey Reese. Pokey doubled in his ball game. He has scored a run. He's been hit by a pitch. He's had success against Al Leiter. He is developing into a real good Major League second baseman, and everybody thought he was going to be a great shortstop. No moving short with Larkin on this play. 1 and 2 on Pokey Reese.
Well, he's really worked hard at his hitting, too. He spent a lot of time the last 2 years with Dennis Menke, the hitting instructor for the Cincinnati Reds. And he did plenty of weight training over this past winter, too, and it's really paid off, even this early in the season.
And it'll only play if there's a live ball involved. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Pokey Reese. Down and in, 2 balls for 2 strikes. I'll tell you, that ball, they must be putting golf balls in these things because they are jumping. Mike Piazza almost hit the Keyspan sign the other night here at Shea.
Well, the suggestion I was going to get to before, they could always raise the mound again.
You think that's the trick?
Van Hoyt.
Just keep raising it. You can't see the pitcher. Well, 1968 is when they lowered the mound. It was the year of the pitcher after the 68 season. They lowered the mound. And I know a lot of people are thinking now that if you raise it, it might benefit the pitcher.
Well, wouldn't it stand to reason if they increased offense by lowering the mound? And that was something Major League Baseball did, trying to get more offense into the game. If they had concerns, and I'm not sure they do at all, that the offense has gotten out of hand, and conceivably they could just raise the mound again.
Well, it's 2 and 2, and Pokey Reese is looking for some offense. Takes down low, 3 and 2. What type of game would you like to watch?
Well, the question is, you know, where does context come into it? If runs are scored at alarming rates to the point where, you know, over a period of years, records that had been taking years and years to establish themselves are obliterated one by one, well, you know, maybe you're losing the context of the history of the game, and then it would need to be addressed.
Just avoid the question.
Not exactly.
Good job. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Foul off.
What was the question?
What type of game would you like? A game with a lot of excitement, runs scored, home runs, or a well-pitched ball game, 1-0?
Well, you're going to extremes. Does every game have to be 1-0, or does every game have to be 14-10?
No. What would you rather watch?
Some runs, but not 1 run a night and not 24 runs a night. Somewhere in between.
They call them the snowflakes. He could bid with the best of them.
No, I can't be more precise. I don't think every game needs to be played to a point where...
Well, it's not. We saw a game yesterday, it was 1-0.
The only time, by the way, yesterday, the only time all season...
Don't respect. Well, so it's the first inning and everything.
Yesterday was the only time a game went to the 9th inning scoreless so far this season. I'm not saying it's out of hand. I'm saying it's trending that way. Just because it's happened over the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season doesn't mean that runs will be scored at this rate all through the 6 months we've left.
More importantly, what do you think the fans want to see? It's 3-2 on Pokey Reese. Down and in, ball 4. So the Reds have runners on first and second with 2 men out. Here in the top of the 5th inning, the Mets have a 3-run lead. And Alex Ochoa is the next batter.
Well, Alex Ochoa turned in the Coors Light play of the game with Melvin Mora batting. And 2 men on, runners at first and second in the second inning, right to the top of the wall. Might have hit the top of the fence. Maybe it would have gone over. Either way, with 2 men on, Alex Ochoa saved the Reds some runs.
So Ochoa now will get a chance with the stick. He's grounded out both times up. Ground ball the last time up accounted for the only run of the ball game for the Reds. He's quicker there. He got jammed a couple times his first 2 times up, and he decided to turn up the dial. Problem is with Al Leiter, if he throws that fastball or slider way inside and turn up the dial, this is the end result. Pull that baby foul. It's 0-1 now on Ochoa. Exactly what they would like. A well-pitched game, or runs, and more runs. Or, as Howie says, someplace in between. You see Ken Griffey swinging from the right side of the plate. He's swinging the bat right-handed there from. There's a strike to Ochoa, 1 ball and 2 strikes. First and second, good speed. Leiter misses outside, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's that camera angle from 1969. Ochoa gets on top of the slider, so we'll do it again at 2-2. Keep in mind, tomorrow night, the Reds are here. Griffey and the Reds. So come on out to Shea Stadium, enjoy some baseball, and Thursday afternoon, same 2 teams. After that game, the Mets will fly out to Denver, Colorado, where they'll take on the Rockies. But Junior's in town. Right now, it's Ochoa against Leiter. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Them up. Center field. Peyton. And that'll do it for the Reds. They strand 2 runners here in the 5th inning. Fail to score. They go to the bottom of the 5th, and it's 4-1 New York.
Now's the time to head to McDonald's for 2 temptingly tender chicken sandwiches. Introducing the new crispy chicken and the new chicken McGrill, made hot, fresh, right to order, with all white meat and the perfect seasonings for a surprising taste.
Whoa, that was only the first bite.
Who has 2 great new chicken sandwiches? Did somebody say McDonald's? A worldwide Olympic partner.
If you want to meet a lot of guys who are big hitters off the tee, all you have to do is come out here. Or even way over here. That's why you need one of these, the SC Series driver from Adams Golf. Like the Titan Lives 2, it's powered by Adams' exclusive spin control technology to help straighten your drive. Now you can be a big hitter in some new places, like the fairway. Because straighter is better. The SC Series Spin Control Driver from Adams Golf.
All across the country, winter is finally turning to spring. And now, with the National Jeep Spring event, you can explore all of the season's surprises. Change your whole perspective with an incredible zero-down, $379 a month lease on Grand Cherokee Laredo with only $904 due at signing. And climb to new heights with exceptional capability, luxury, and style. So get to your dealer today before this event takes off for the season. Check out this $379 lease at your Jeep dealer today.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your tri-state Jeep dealer.
We go to the last of the fifth inning at Shea Stadium. Our Jeep game summary shows you a whole lot of Mets hitting.
Alfonso, his third home run, that coming in the third inning. Ventura's 2 for 2. Home run number 5. Junior, strikeout and a walk. Now Leiter, so far, has had that nasty stuff working again tonight. We go to the bottom of the fifth inning after our Jeep game summary. The Mets have a 4-1 lead. Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York. The Mets and the Reds. The Reds are without Sean Casey tonight and without Barry Larkin for the next few weeks.
And the new pitcher for the Reds, Manny Ibar. Ibar was picked up from the Colorado Rockies a couple of weeks ago in exchange for left-hand pitcher Gabe White. And he's been in there almost game after game. Reds have played 13 games since that trade. Ibar has been in 10 of them. But he's allowed home runs in 3 of the last 5 appearances he's made, and that's pretty consistent with what's gone on in the Cincinnati bullpen. A real strength of theirs last season, with the exception so far this year of their closer, Danny Graves. Just about everyone else has struggled.
Well, Derek Bell will lead it off. He'll be followed by Edgardo Alfonso and then Mike Piazza. Bell 0 for 2, but still in the dugout, preparing for his AB, although he will face Ibar for the first time. He was timing Rob Bell most of the game. That ball misses outside. 1-0 on Derek Bell. Yesterday, they had 38,000 here. So take a look at our British Airways hits leaders. Updated tonight, you see Bell with 32. Foul back and out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Alfonso with a 2-run dong in this game. There he is, number 13. He's also timing the pitcher. Cal drives the ball deep left center field. Griffey in pursuit. Got it! Well, he made his living in Seattle for many years. We saw him on a highlight reel. Tonight, in person. What a play, Ken Griffey Jr.
Well, you pay money to watch guys hit, obviously, but there are some you would pay to get into the ballpark just to watch play defense, and Junior Griffey has always been one of those. This is almost a patented play by Junior, only because we've seen him do it so many times, and he's climbed walls higher than that to make catches also.
Bell's not surprised. You know, we did our Coors Light play of the game. Now what? Where does that catch end up? We got to take another look. Another vote, Coors Light. Ricardo Alfonso steps in and takes up high, ball one. Alfonso 1 for 2 in his game, and Bell could have a home run, but he doesn't. Now, where's Melvin Moore? See if he wants to listen to Bell. Oh, he's right next to him. He's giving him a sympathetic ear. Disney loves company, doesn't it? 2-0. Now, Derrickson will talk a little bit longer about that catch. Oh. I remember he only gave Melvin about 10 seconds of his ear time. Ken Griffey Jr. taking a home run away from Derek Bell. Outstanding play by Jr. Moore, we think, might have had at least an extra base hit. Ochoa took it away from him earlier in the game. This ball's popped up over by the Reds dugout and out of play.
Would you say that Junior is the best all-around player you've seen since Mays? And you played with Willie, too, so you got to see that firsthand.
It's funny, I mean, watching this guy on the highlight reel, I mean, he's as good as anybody that's ever played the game, the whole package. He's a great all-around player. His dad was a good, solid player, but not like Junior. Of course, we never had the luxury of watching Junior play because he played in the American League and played center field out there in Seattle. When you think about it, it is kind of sad that an organization was unable to keep Ken Griffey Jr. 2-1 pitch. Outside, 3-1. And from all indications, Seattle will not be able to keep Alex Rodriguez. 3 balls and 1 strike on Alfonso. He'll be followed by Mike Piazza. Up high, ball 4. So Alfonso walks, and Mike Piazza, who's as hot as anybody in baseball, is on his way to the plate. See him hustle out there as you take a look at our Tri-State quote of the night. Now's the time when I'm not even thinking about mechanics. I don't want to look at films. I'm just going out there and swinging the bat.
That tells you he's hot. The quote brought to you by Tri-State Consumer Auto Insurance. Call them right now for your free rate quote. You see guys in a slump, they'll be talking about everything that they look at.
You know, it's funny. He's not the type of guy, even in a slump, to do a lot of talking about his hitting. He'll tell you that he's going to keep it simple. He concentrates on relaxing his hands, takes a short stride. But, you know, just the way he's taking the pitch at the plate, he looks like he's locked in.
How can you tell he's locked in by taking?
You know, he's just so comfortable at the plate. Watch, I mean, that last pitch, he was in complete control of everything. You know, some guys, you take a pitch, you're lunging out there, you're carrying your hands forward. Although he lunged right there, he hit the ball off the end of the bat. Easy play for Ken Griffey Jr. 2 down.
Tonight after the game, get a full recap of Major League Baseball action, the latest from the NHL and NBA playoffs, and much more. It's all coming up on the National Sports Report tonight, following Mets baseball, right here on Fox Sports Net. Get the Dodgers and Braves, the NBA playoff stuff, and all the pro scores guaranteed in the first 10 minutes.
So Piazza now in the Met dugout. Robin Ventura, who hit a home run his last time up, is the batter. Ventura's 2 for 2. He's got a double, and he's got a dinger. 2 RBIs. He takes ball 1.
This is the 8th game of the homestand for the Mets. And Robin has only had 5 hits, but now 3 of them have been home runs. Actually make that 6 hits because he's 2 for 2 tonight. Half of them home runs.
Took a strike. It's 1-1 on Robin Ventura, who will receive, before tomorrow night's game, his Gold Glove Award. He will get one. So will Ray Ordonez. Dimitri Young holding Alfonso on. Wednesday night, Dennis Springer scheduled to start for the Mets. Denny Nagel with a red ball. Bounces off of Santiago. Bounces all the way back to the backstop. So it's 2-1 on Robin Ventura.
Jack McKeon's seen this plenty of times this year, specifically from his bullpen. Man, right off the point of the plate, right into the mask of Santiago. It looked like a little stoop ball there. You throw that Pensy Pinky against the point of the steps, you get a pointer.
Yeah, but when you got hit with that little round ball on the streets of New York, it didn't hurt like that baseball hurts.
He's wearing a mask. We didn't wear any masks playing stickball or, stoop ball.
Oh, Robin Ventura with a 2-1 count. He'll be followed by Todd Zeile. 2 outs in the 5th. Outside. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Gee, you'd never know Ibar pitched for the Rockies, would you?
Well, Ibar right now is going to walk Ventura and pitch to Todd Zeile.
He almost threw that away. A 3-1 pitch out for an intentional walk. And he extended Santiago.
Number 9. So Todd Zeile will be the next batter as Robin Ventura made his way down to first base. By the way, Junior and Senior Griffey played on the same team in Seattle, so therefore there's only one manager who ever managed a dad and his son, Jim Lefebvre. Right now, talking pitching to Mike Piazza, and because he's the catcher, he's going to listen. He's going to make believe he's sincere about this, but he's still thinking of that at bat. But you fly it out to center field, he can school. Now on Todd Zeile. Fly ball down the right field line. Dante Bichette over near the wall, and it's out of play. Dante Bichette likes to look back. In fact, he likes to look back at video of Ted Williams. Just tuned in. Everybody's looking back tonight. It's turned back to clock night here at Shea Stadium. It's going to be interesting to see how Bichette, what type of numbers he puts up this year in Cincinnati.
His team's got a Napoleonic thing going.
Count is 0-2 on Todd Zeile. 2 men are out. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Mets have a 4-1 lead. They have runners on first and second. 0-2 on Zeile. Manny Ibar's pitch. Got him. If it's a strike, it was a nasty strike. Home plate umpire Rich Riker calls Zeile out. Mets 3-2. Fail to score. Yeah, what a play by Ken Griffey Jr. taking a home run away from Derek Bell. Story, 3-run lead for the Mets, and we'll be back.
Serious. Whenever guys find out I have a cat, they freak.
You kidding me? I love cats.
Of course, my cat's not like other cats.
Well, sure he isn't.
He gets so jealous if anyone drinks my Bud Light. Oh, anyway, I'll go get changed.
You're right. Stupid cats.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Oh, look at you, too.
Make it a Bud Light.
Morning, Gina.
Hey.
We're all set.
I just finished. I'm going to make a trade.
Yeah, well, we're chasing daylight, and we really gotta. Can I get you water or anything?
Can I just go for 1 second? We're ready. Got to go to my trade.
I know. We just, yeah.
I would defend you, but I am prevented.
I shall defend myself. I must trade now.
Nice shot. TV Waterhouse, member of New York Stock Exchange.
Connect at the Wiz. Get Mitsubishi's 46-inch TV and save $600, now $2699.99. And Panasonic's portable DVD players, only $1299.99. Sharper pictures, clearer sound, the hottest, the latest, whatever it is, it's at the Wiz.
Labor ready, dependable temporary labor.
Well, what a play by Ken Griffey to take a home run away from Derek Bell, Howie.
Now, keep that in mind, because we're going to show you something that replicates it, if not even beats it. Now, here's Griffey at the wall, vertical leap. You know what? We've got one from August of 1998 when he played for Seattle in Detroit, where he goes up even higher. You know, at some point you look at all these Griffey catches and it's almost like splitting hairs trying to determine which one is better than the other. But he made one at Tiger Stadium 2 years ago that was spectacular, just in terms of the vertical leap.
He's the batter. He takes ball one.
Now watch him get back to the wall and then jump. Okay, he's going. He's right there. I mean, I think he's even up higher there than he was here tonight.
A magnificent defensive talent along with a very potent bat. One of the best all-around players in the history of the game, and he takes a strike. It's 1-1 on Ken Griffey Jr., who's 0 for 1. He struck out in this game, and he's also walked. I mean, he's a guy that's made, according to highlight tapes that we have seen, he has made as many great catches as anybody in the game of baseball. The only problem is for us to judge a guy like Willie Mays, you don't know how many great catches he made because a lot of the games were not on television. You didn't have highlight shows at night to focus on the play. Fouled out of play.
Well, Griffey was voted the player of the decade of the 90s, and Barry Bonds was right behind him. And there's not much to separate those two, statistically, or just in terms of the feel that you get, the sense that you get of watching them every day.
Age and stolen bases. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Leiter beats Griffey again.
Four strikeouts for Leiter, half of them against Ken Griffey Jr., who, of course, had seen Al before tonight. Now, he came up and in there. He ties him up inside. He threw him a high fastball to strike him out the first time, but this pitch had him a little more locked up.
Bichette. Foul ball. Ventura threw it across the infield anyway, but the ball was ruled foul by Jim Joyce, the third base umpire. Busy night for Robin Ventura. He's got a dinger, he's got a double, he's got a new pair of pants.
Hit a home run, win a pair of pants. Well, not exactly. He had to dive back into second base earlier in the game and rip those flannel duds. Ken Griffey Jr. struck out twice by heat from Leiter.
Bichette, who's 0 for 2, now has an 0-1 count. One man out. Mets with a 3-run lead here in the 6th. Down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mets scored 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd. Cincinnati scored their run in the 3rd. 4-1. The Mets have 5 hits. The Reds with 4. And the 2-1 pitch. Down low, 3 balls and 1 strike. Talk about left-handers struggling against Al Leiter, batting .40 coming into tonight's action. He's yet to walk a left-hander as Bichette just walked. So Dante Bichette was down to first base. 1 man gone here in the 6th inning. That'll bring to the plate Dimitri Young as Dave Wallace looks on. Look at Al Leiter pitching against these Reds. Who could forget the shutout? The tiebreaker was the only shutout in any of the 6 one-game tiebreaker playoffs in Major League history, and Al Leiter was the author. Currently active Reds batters are hitting a combined 200 with only 3 homers against Leiter. Dimitri Young drives his ball deep left field. Henderson going back. Not able to make the catch. Bichette will hold on at third base. Dimitri Young into second base. And he scored a double for Dimitri Young. His second hit of the ball game. Henderson got some leather on it, but was unable to make the catch.
Well, that ball, a fastball out over the plate, which Young turns on. It carried on Henderson. It looked like he was going to make the play. But the ball ticks off of his glove. Did he take the right route? Well, it looked like he was there in time. But the ball glanced off the glove to the chagrin of Al Leiter. And now the Reds have 2 in scoring position. I think that's the ball Ricky should have had.
He got the leather on the ball, did not catch it. They say to get your leather on. Especially with in fact, Ralph and I were talking about gloves yesterday, how gloves have improved the defense of modern-day players.
The ball over a little bit to his left. And that may be what cost him the play, going back rather than over.
Well, it's 1-0 now on Aaron Boone, who's 0 for 2. Runners on second and third. There's a strike. It would have been a nice catch if he made the catch. Ball was hit on a line. One ball and 1 strike, and it popped up and out of play, so it's 1-2 on Aaron Boone.
Well, do you have any idea what that was? Because I don't.
No. It can't be a rosin bag, can it? Because you don't usually put the rosin up into the ear area. Bichette on third, Young on second, and Aaron Boone gets hit with a 1-2 count, and the Reds have the bases loaded.
Earlier in the game, in fact, the first batter for the Reds, Pokey Reese, fell behind Leiter, no balls, 2 strikes. And on a 2-2 pitch, Leiter came inside to him and just nicked him. Here, Leiter ahead, and he drills Boone. And no mistake about that at all, just trying to move him away from the plate. But it creates a bases-loaded situation, meaning that the tying runs are aboard. And Benito Santiago, who's 2 for 2 in the game, will be up next.
Santiago's had the best swings against Al Leiter tonight. Leiter with 98 pitches, 56 of those pitches in the strike zone. But Santiago has hit the ball hard both times. He has 2 singles as you look at Bichette on third, Dimitri Young on second, and Aaron Boone on first. Bases loaded with the Reds for Santiago. Leiter makes a nasty pitch, and Santiago fouls it off. Dave Wallace to the pin.
Well, we're into the 6th inning, which means that Dennis Springer should be the pitcher tomorrow night. The only concern was whether or not Dave Wallace and Bobby Valentine would have needed somebody long in the pen, meaning the 3rd or 4th inning. But I think we're far enough into the game now so that whoever gets up at this point, in all likelihood, won't be Springer.
Back, so Leiter beat Santiago with the first 2 pitches in this at-bat.
And it's Turk Wendell who's going to loosen up. All right-handed batters in the Cincinnati starting lineup, with the exception of Ken Griffey Jr.
Santiago very aggressive on fastballs. Takes up high, a fastball, 1-2. They feel his weaknesses are sliders from left-handed pitchers. And a changeup from the left-handed pitcher. Well, he can get a slider. Bichette, Young, Boone. Leiter against Santiago. Mets with a 3-run lead here in the 6th. Santiago puts it in play. 6-4. Didn't get him at first. So Mora flipping to Alfonso, waiting for that high hop. And Santiago getting down to first base, beating the throw. So the Reds pick up another run. It's now 4-2 New York.
And the high hop is what cost the Mets a chance at a double play here. Mora had to wait, bring it down, and then get it to Alfonso. And even with a real good turn at second, they just had no chance to get Benito Santiago. Hustled all the way down the line. So it's now 4-2.
So 2-minute gone now. Dookie Dawkins the batter. He drives the ball down the left field line. Henderson in pursuit, can't get it. 1 run scores. Santiago to third and Dawkins into second base with a stand-up double. So Dawkins, who was 0 for 2, picks up a big hit for the Reds here in the 6th inning.
Ricky Henderson, who did not make a good play on the Dimitri Young double, did make a good play here by hustling over to the line and getting the ball in quickly to the cutoff man, Melvin Moore. That's the objective here for Ricky. Get to that ball in a hurry and make sure you hit the cutoff man. And that's exactly what he did, hitting Melvin Mora. And that gave no opportunity for Benito Santiago to come around. No way Ricky's going to catch that ball.
No.
All he's got to do is play the hop and make sure to hit Mora. And he did.
So now Piazza out talking to Leiter. And we're going to get a pinch hitter for the Reds. Mark Lewis has come out of the Red dugout to get loose. He'll take on Al Leiter. Here in the top of the 6th inning. Jack McKeon mentioning the fact that the Reds have been struggling. Dodgers went into Cincinnati and pounded the Reds. Then they came into New York and lost 1-0. So Bobby Valentine has his team playing red-hot baseball. But they're in a dogfight tonight. It's a 1-run ball game.
Mark Lewis has always hit well against the Mets. He's a .311 lifetime hitter against New York.
There's a base hit into center field. 1-run scores. Here comes the go-ahead run. So Mark Lewis with a key pinch hit, driving the ball into center field, and the Reds have taken the lead.
Well, it didn't take Lewis long jumping on the first pitch from Al Leiter. And the Cincinnati Reds, for the first time tonight, are in front. Leiter wanted to get that ball inside, got the ball on the inner half of the plate. But a good job by Lewis to turn quickly on it, and he delivers 2 runs as Santiago and Dawkins come around to score.
So Lewis on first base, and the batter will be Pokey Reese. Reese in this ball game, 1 hit. He's also walked, and he's been hit by a pitch. Outside, ball 1. Kirk Wendell still throwing in the mid bullpen. So Pokey Reese and Edgardo Alfonso in this ballgame. As you look at Ricky Henderson, 2 of the best second basemen in the National League, Reese and Alfonso. In fact, a lot of New York fans felt that Alfonso deserved the Gold Glove last year, but Reese won it. There's a strike. 1-1. right, let's take a look at our Marriott Marquis matchup for tonight, Howie.
Alfonso and Reese, each with a base hit. Alfonso's going out of the ballpark. This matchup's brought to you by the New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit.
And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. It's foul off, so it's 1-2 on Pokey Reese. Reese was hit by that pitch in the first inning. He doubled in the third and scored a run. And in the fifth, he walked. It's getting cold here at Shea Stadium. And the fans with those black and red hats on. I'm telling you, it's a very, very popular hat. It sells record numbers. Foul about a play down the right field line. I asked you about remember your first glove, you remember your first hat. You probably still have it.
Laying around somewhere.
Autographed, ready to go. Leiter looking in for the sign.
And Lewis trying to peer around Zeal.
Up high. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pokey Reese.
It's tough for a base runner. A left-hander's move ordinarily is good enough to begin with. Then when you have to complicate reading his move by just trying to find him around the first baseman, well, that's the idea, that defensive strategy.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a drive in the right center field. Peyton Wheel. Boy, knocks it down with his bare hand. Lewis goes to third, Reese on first, and the Reds have come out here smoking in the top of the 6th.
Number 7, Alex.
4 hits and 4 runs in the inning off of Al Leiter, and that's going to be it for Al, as Dave Wallace will check in with home plate umpire Rich Reeker and make a double switch. So Leiter will leave with the Reds leading 5-4, and runners at first and third with 2 men out. Turk Wendell will come into the ball game answering this call to the bullpen, brought to you by AT&T. Now get local and long-distance service all in one with AT&T Local 1 Rate New York. 5-4 Cincinnati.
This is my final plea. I am a gecko, not to be confused with Geico, which could save you hundreds on car insurance. So stop calling me.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance. At Geico Auto Insurance, we handle your claim quickly, so you don't have to bum a ride to work. Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
To better protect your lawns from grubs, we got inside the mind of the grub.
Oh, am I hungry? I'm starving. I need me some grass fruit. I'm gonna eat the whole yard.
Introducing Bayer Advanced season-long grub control with merit. Kills more grubs, guaranteed.
What's this?
And just one application protects your lawn all season long.
I ain't hungry no more.
Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results.
Harness racing's best horses, trainers, and drivers are back at the Meadowlands Racetrack for Harness 2000. Catch the world's greatest harness racing 5 times a week, Wednesday through Sunday. The Meadowlands features the most prestigious races in the sport, including this year's 75th anniversary Hambletonian. And don't miss the 126th running of the Kentucky Derby. Watch and wager on the Derby Saturday, May 6th at the Meadowlands, home of the world's greatest racing action.
Baseball is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, official beer of Major League Baseball. This Bud's for you. By Payne Weber. Thank you, Payne Weber. And by that irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's?
Somebody say relief pitcher Turk Wendell's in the ball game. Al Leiter's out. 8 hits by the Reds so far, 5 runs. We are in the top of the 6th inning. And a fake to third to throw to first. Pokey Reese gets back.
Oh, he had him. If that throws near the bag lower, then Pokey Reese is gone. Wendell looked to third, fired to first, and he had Pokey Reese.
Ochoa. He'll be followed by Junior. Ken Griffey Jr. Breaking ball misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Good play there by Piazza on that slider in the dirt. The runner on third base, Mark Lewis.
About 38,000 came out here yesterday. We don't have the count right now tonight, but keep in mind tomorrow night, another game. The Mets, as Turk Wendell takes the third, goes to first. A move you don't like.
Unless it works.
And the one way inside. 2-1. I only seen one pitcher use that move, and it worked all the time, and that was Steve Busby. Matt Frankel holding Reese on at first base. Matt Zeal out of the ball game. Double switch yesterday got Matt Frankel to the plate to drive in the winning run. So they go to the double switch here in the 6th inning. Reese a big lead. Outside. 3-1. I'm surprised. Jack McKeon loves the stolen base as much as any manager in baseball. Reese has 7 of them this year. And he's holding his ground at first base.
Well, you got Ken Griffey Jr. up next. 3-1 here to Ochoa. A walk would load the bases.
Swung on miss. Yeah, but the Mets aren't going to throw through, so they're going to give you the base. A base hit here, you drive in 2 runs. You're not going to walk Ochoa. You're not going to throw out the runner at second base. Reese is one of the fastest in the game. Send them. And they did. So now the Reds have runners on second and third. See it again. Pokey Reese, the head first slide, no throw. So runners are at second and third. 3-2 on Ochoa. A tough left-hander on deck. You got to sit on the fastball, but Turk Wendell has as much confidence in throwing the breaking ball as he does the fastball. He'll throw it any time in the count. Popped up. Out of play. Senior talking to junior. He taught him well. He said one of the reasons Junior had been a little bit more comfortable against left-handers is because Dad threw BP and he's left-handed.
Looked like Senior was telling Griffey about the movement on Wendell's slider to be ready for it.
3-2 pitch. Check swing, ground ball. It's a foot race. Got him! Outstanding play by Wendell as he beat Ochoa to first base. That'll do it for the Reds here in the 6th inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th. As you look at the foot race again, the Mets trail by 1.
Across the country, winter is finally turning to spring. And now, with the National Jeep Spring event, you can explore all of the season's surprises. Change your whole perspective with a zero-down, $269 a month lease on Jeep Cherokee Sport with $794 due with signing. And get all this at no extra charge. Or get a new slant on things with a no-charge automatic on select Wranglers. So get to your dealer today before this event takes off for the season. Check out this $269 lease at your Jeep dealer today.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like to sit up front? Yeah, right this way. Keep on going.
Okay, we're on final approach. She's all yours. Have a good one.
Good thing airlines don't treat you like some online brokers do. Well, at National Discount Brokers, you're not alone, thanks to educational tools like NDB University. Just another way we take you under our wing.
Harness racing's best horses, trainers, and drivers are back at the Meadowlands Racetrack for Harness 2000. Catch the world's greatest harness racing 5 times a week, Wednesday through Sunday. The Meadowlands features the most prestigious races in the sport, including this year's 75th anniversary Hambletonian. And April is International Buffet Month in Pegasus Restaurant. Sample menus from around the world, a different menu each week. For reservations, call 201-THE-BIG-M or visit thebigm.com.
Get the shave of your life. Mach 3. It's so effortless. You take one stroke, it takes 3. The closer shave in fewer strokes with less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
Back here at Shea Stadium, Jack McKeon just got through arguing this play, Howie.
Well, this could be a huge play down the road, depending on if the Mets come back. Wendell just does get there ahead of Ochoa. That's a great look at it, with Wendell getting that right foot on the bag just before Ochoa gets his down. The ball's in the glove now. Wendell's foot is down, the right foot. Alex Ochoa just making contact with the bag, and even though he does not believe it, the out call prevents Wendell from having to face Griffey with the bases loaded. Now watch Turk take off. Boom, on contact. He sprints to the bag. That's what made the play as much as anything. The quick reaction by Turk Wendell, who had to come from his fall off all the way around and sprint to the bag. So a terrific play by Wendell. Again, the Reds have taken the lead. But if Ochoa is safe there, well, all right, a run would score in that situation, so Griffey would not bat with the bases loaded, but the potential for the same amount of damage would be there. If Junior would have launched one, Jack McKeon spent the entire time that the Reds were out there after that final out, loosening up for the bottom of the 6th inning, arguing with first base ump Paul Emmel. But the call stands. Scott Sullivan takes over the pitching for the Reds as we go to the last of the 6th.
And he'll pitch to Jay Payton, who will lead it off for the Mets. Sullivan will pitch to Payton, Mora, and Matt Franco. They were able to get an awful lot of mileage out of their bullpen last year, just like the Mets. The Reds, a lot of their success was due to the way they handled their pen. Swung on and missed, 0-1. So that's Sullivan dropping down. He throws some down under. As you look at Derek Bell. Derek Bell in the Met dugout. It's 0-1. He gets right back. Sullivan knocks it down. Easy play. One down here in the 6th.
Well, the easy delivery and follow-through for Sullivan makes him a perfect candidate to knock a ball down, hit through the box. No violent fall-off to either side, so he was in position as Payton hit that ball right through the middle.
See John Stearns way out of the coaching box at third base. He is the bench coach for Bobby Valentine. He said he knows that baseball's hard. He was a catcher. He said, I would owe part of his baseball.
Yeah, he's had enough, huh?
Cookie Rojas. Night off. Along with Ray Ordonez. 0-1 now on Dalton Mora. Observing the boycott. Cuban players throughout baseball. The 0-1 pitch. Pulled foul. John Stearns about as far away from that coaching box as you can get.
The first third base coach we've seen down there. Think about the St. Louis Cardinals.
Derek Bell with that bat. Swung on and missed. Melvin Moore with the tough at bat right there. Nasty breaking ball. 2 down.
And Rene Latchman was the third base coach in St. Louis. He'd be where Stearns was. Look at the movement here on that slide.
You know, it's funny when you don't see a guy a lot and he drops down like this. I don't care, even if you're in the major leagues, you tend to move away from the plate. Let's see if Mora does. First reaction, he strides out, way out in front. So Sullivan getting 2 quick outs here in the 6th inning, and that'll bring to the plate Matt Franco. Franco, the hero in yesterday's game with that bat. Bobby Valentine made a decision to go with the double switch. Matt Franco ended up batting with the bases low. Makes the ball. Did the double switch here in the 6th inning and removed Todd Zeal from the game in the 6th. 1-0 on Franco. Foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, Matt Franco certainly will take this little chopper that might have been a double play ball if Adams had let it go, but once it went off of his glove, Nunnally came down the line, and the Mets had their 8th consecutive win.
So it's 1-1 and Matt Franco now. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. 5-4, the Reds on top of the Mets. 8 hits in this game for Cincinnati. 6 for the Mets. Take a look at the defense, the way they set up for Matt Franco. Shading him to pull. Sullivan's way inside with the slider. One of the attractive things about the breaking ball is when it's thrown by a right-hander or a left-hander. When you throw on top, there's a break away from the hitter, or in this case into the hitter, but also sometimes a break down. When you drop down and throw that breaking ball, it doesn't have that break down, it stays up. So he'd be much more effective against right-handers. Should be. Left-handers are the ones that got to take care of him. You'll hear that in the dugout, too. Left-handers got to get him out of it. Sullivan misses on Franco, loses him. So the Mets have a base runner here in the 6th. The only left-hander Sullivan faced in this inning. You get the first 2 out. Peyton and Moore are right-handed hitters, and walk Franco. Now he'll take on the right-handed swinging Ricky Henderson. Henderson grounded to short. That coming in the 1st inning. He walked and scored in the 3rd. Fly to right in the 4th. Ricky takes outside. Ball 1.
And you heard some of the boos for Ricky when he came to the plate. Fans feeling that he should have been able to come up with this catch on the fly ball by Dimitri Young. And I think had he made a better break to the ball initially, he might have had it as well, because eventually the Reds came back and put up 4 runs in the 6th inning off of Al Leiter to take a 5-4 lead.
Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. So it's 1-1 and Ricky Henderson. Derek Bell on deck. Up high, 2 balls and 1 strike. Sullivan against Henderson. 2-1 on Henderson. Sullivan to the stretch. Runner on first base. Henderson fouls it back. You're looking ahead to tomorrow night. Starting pitcher, Dennis Springer. Benny Nagle will be pitching for the Reds. Derek Bell on deck. Steve Paris will pitch Thursday afternoon for the Reds. Lyndon Rush will be on the mound for the Mets. You see Bell working on timing the pitcher. He takes nothing for granted. In the dugout, on deck. And Ricky Henderson takes strike 3. So, Scott Sullivan had no problems with the right-handers the Mets sent up in the 6th inning. After 6, here at Shea, the Mets trail the Reds by 1.
At Saturn of West Nyack, you really can get something for nothing when you lease the Saturn SL for only $179 a month with nothing down, no first month's payment, no security deposit, no bank fee, and no money down. Nothing. Now, isn't that something? Get a low 1.9% financing on any Saturn, only at Saturn of West Nyack, Route 303, just opposite the Palisades Center Mall.
Make your dining experience a special one at Amici Restaurant in Central Nyack. The ambiance of this beautiful restaurant serves to enhance the marvelous Italian cuisine. At Amici's, whether it be a quiet dinner for two, lunch with your family, or a large party, our chef will assure all your meals are cooked to perfection. Amici's, where mouth-watering food, excellent service, and moderate prices all come together. Amici's.
Come and taste what you've been missing.
Tomorrow, the Mets continue their battle against Ken Griffey Jr. and the Reds. It'll be a 7 o'clock start on Fox Sports Net. And then on Friday at 9 o'clock, the Mets head west. They'll take on the Colorado Rockies, so there's plenty of Mets action coming up this week. Please make sure to check your local listings.
Back here at Shea Stadium, top of the 7th inning, 5-4. Reds on top of the Mets. 8 hits from the Mets, 8 hits for the Reds, 5 for the Mets. Ken Griffey Jr. the batter. Back in with the play-by-play, Howie Rose.
All right, Fran, thank you. Outside for ball one. Wendell to Ken Griffey Jr. for the first time. Jr. was struck out twice on fastballs by Al Leiter. Wendell fastball hits the outside corner, a ball and a strike.
Well, we'll take a look at Ken Griffey's hot zone. Right now, he's very cold, but that can change one swing of the bat. Hot zone 219, up and in. Likes that ball downstairs, inside. 500 up. High fastball.
Way out in front and a long foul ball. Upper deck. Upper deck. Let me tell you something. I grew up there, and foul balls just did not go into the upper deck. Holy smacks. One-two on the way, outside.
Griffey has an awful lot of power, and he's one of the few players that really doesn't take that weightlifting that serious.
See, they didn't bring their gloves because they didn't expect that. That's one of the reasons they're so happy. You're in the upper deck and you get a souvenir. 2-2 on the way to Junior, low. So Wendell just missing. And the count full on Ken Griffey. He'll be followed by Dante Bichette and Dimitri Young. And the payoff pitch on the way. Way outside. So Griffey with a leadoff walk. He's been on base twice now with walks in this game. Struck out the other two.
You know, when you compare, we showed a graphic of Griffey and Barry Bonds, and when they would compare the two, Barry Bonds always emphasized the fact that he, Barry Bonds, was a proficient base stealer as opposed to Ken Griffey Jr., who isn't, but does have good speed.
Well, I think one thing that tilts these hypothetical scales in Griffey's direction, having to do with who's the better player or who was the real player of the 90s. Griffey outwardly seems to enjoy the game a little bit more than Barry Bonds does.
Absolutely.
I think that goes a long way towards selling that particular point.
Well, Griffey seems to be more of an ambassador to the game as far as enjoying himself. Well, Barry Bonds has put up some unbelievable numbers. He's done a great job in left field, but
you know, there's a surliness to Bonds that you really don't see from Griffey.
Absolutely.
Dante Bichette jammed, little looper, short right, and Alfonso is there to make the play. So Bichette 0 for 3 with a walk, one man out. Dimitri Young will be next.
And in the outfield, the more difficult of the two positions, I guess you would have to say, is center field, and Ken Griffey Jr. roams it very well. He has a better throwing arm than Barry Bonds. He's also younger. You might want to start thinking about that right fielder up in Montreal also as one of the better all-around players in all of baseball, Vladimir Guerrero.
Give him time. The early returns are sensational with Guerrero. Give him a few more years like Bonds and Griffey have had. And start marking him down as the potential player of this decade. So Griffey measuring his lead against Wendell with Dimitri Young, a switch hitter now batting from the left side.
There's been a lot of talk as to whether or not Ken Griffey Jr. will break Hank Aaron's all-time home run record. Now, Hank Aaron told us, Howie, in, I believe it was Denver a few years ago, that he probably wouldn't hit the number of home runs he hit if he made the money the players are making today, as you look at John Franco and the pen.
The 0-1 to Young. And now the count 0-2. Yeah, that was an interesting comment.
He said he would not have had the drive if he was as comfortable financially as the players today.
To play long enough, yeah. It's pulled around towards right in the outfield against Dimitri Young. Line, one hop Mora to Alfonso to Franco. A 6-4-3 double play, and the side's retired. So Young smoked the pitch, but on one hop to Mora, who starts the double play. No runs, no hits. Time to stretch at Shea by 4 Reds.
It's the first vehicle to win the government's quadruple 5-star crash test rating. It has dual remote sliding doors and room for everybody. It has over 40 standard safety features, including 4-wheel anti-lock brakes. The 2000 Ford Windstar. Need another reason? Now get $1,500 cash back or 0-9 financing for 60 months. That could save you over $5,100. Ford Windstar. Another great reason to visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store today.
It's another beautiful day.
I'm walking on sunshine.
Don't lose it to seasonal allergies. Take control.
And don't it feel good?
Talk to your doctor about Claritin. Just one Claritin tablet daily brings you 24 hours of non-drowsy relief from seasonal allergy symptoms. Claritin has a low occurrence of side effects such as headache, drowsiness, fatigue, and dry mouth, similar to sugar pills.
Walking on sunshine.
Don't lose a single day. Take clear control. Take Claritin.
So we have no color copiers, no printers. All we have is this one pencil in my hand.
Sir, I have a pencil too.
Oh, 2 pencils, then we're fine.
If business were that easy, you wouldn't need us. Update your office technology with MCS Canon.
Like a furnace up in this mug.
90. Burning up. It's hot enough to make a cool brother sweat. Let me get a Coors Light. Coors Light. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. Get it now. Oh, man, you're so pretty.
I bet you tell us to all the girls.
Yeah, I do.
Coors Light.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Ford Cars and Trucks, built for the way you live at Tri-State Quality Ford Store. So we head to the last of the 7th inning here at Shea Stadium. Fans have been stretching. Derek Bell, Edgardo Alfonso, and Mike Piazza. Right-handed hitters all against the side-arming right-hand deliveries of Scott Sullivan, with the Reds holding a 1-run lead after putting up 4 in the 6th inning against Al Leiter. Derek Bell 0 for 3, but he was robbed by Ken Griffey Jr. leading off the 5th inning. Ding-dong, the bell has rung again. Well, let's face it, if not for Junior, that could have been his 2nd home run of the night.
That's what happens when you time the pitcher all night. And the fans, hey, a curtain call for Derek Bell. There it is again. Ball sat there, and Bell, who has been timing pitchers all day and all night, clobbers it into his seats in left field.
1 ball, ball, 1 strike. Well, if you're going to wear these 1969 uniforms, you might as well provide some 1969 dramatics.
How about Sullivan dropping down, tough on the right-handers the first inning, and in this inning, a ball sits there, and Bell took advantage of it. Player of the week last week in the in-out.
Slider misses. 2-1 on Alfonso. So 3 home runs hit by the Mets in this game.
Oh, there he goes again.
Get back in that office. Those are his paper clips and staplers and all the other office supplies.
I have never seen anybody spend as much time with a bat in his hand in the dugout. We had a shot of him before. Melvin Moore was talking to him, needed some sympathy. He was robbed of maybe a home run, we're not sure. And Derek Bell gave him about 10 seconds, and all of a sudden, put the bat in his hand. Stood up. He said, that's enough time.
That was quite a donation by Derek when you consider he spends virtually every second he's in the dugout with his bat. Fouled away. Still 2-2 by Alfonso.
It was a funny scene, though. Moore talking to him. You could see Derek was, yeah. Boom. Stood up, put the bat in his hand. There were people surrounding Derek. He was in a group that had the bat in his hand.
Full count now to Fonzie. With Piazza on deck. Well, the Reds have out-hit the Mets 8-6. The Mets are into Cincinnati's bullpen. And that's been an advantage to the Reds' opponents so far this year.
But last year, it was their strong suit.
Line to right center. And Alfonso has a base hit. And the go-ahead run is on with nobody out. So Alfonso has 2 out of 3. Piazza will be next. What will Jack McKeon do? Piazza doubled in the second inning. Also grounded to third, flied out to center. So the Mets have come back to tie at 5-5. Trying to give the Reds a 4th consecutive loss, something that did not happen to them all last year. Reds won 96 games last year. The Mets beat the Reds for their 97th win the day after the scheduled conclusion to the regular season. And Jack McKeon's crew did not have a 4-game losing streak last year. Last time that happened was 1940. A championship year for the Reds. Line drive base hit for Piazza. Alfonso on his way to third. Ochoa up with the ball. His throw comes into third, and Piazza goes down to second. Second and third, nobody out for New York.
And another pair of pants from the 69 team torn up by Alfonso going into third.
Well, if you got to give a little flannel to win a ball game, so what?
You know, Ochoa going to third base when he probably should have thrown that ball to second base. Piazza, they might have play at second base on Mike Piazza, but Piazza hustling in second base. Hits his ball hard in the left field. Ochoa going over and cutting the ball off, but Alfonso, pretty good jump off first base. It would have been tough to get him at third. Take another look as Ochoa, who has a gun, throws at third. Wasn't even close. Piazza able to get into second base. Here's Alfonso. No play. Second base. Maybe, just maybe, Piazza holds on at first base. But instead, the Mets have runners on first, I should say second and third. And once again, a pair of pants takes a beating.
Did they rip that easily when you played?
They might be made out of a little paper tonight. You know, one night. Look at that.
Told you they were a little lighter.
Just like Ventura. Charlie Samuel, you'll see Alfonso in a minute.
So the bullpen will be put to work again. After Bell has tied the game.
I'll be right back with your new low Geico rate. Great. I can save you over $250.
Every week, 10,000 drivers switch their car insurance to Geico.
We take all the necessary precautions. Geico Direct. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Busy day.
What?
Missed your bingo last night, Miller.
Took the missus to Barbados.
Barbados. That new palm tree out back did get me curious.
He grows coconuts.
Why, he's got coconuts? Maui!
Just get up and go with lastminutetravel.com, the marketplace of just-released offers.
You just want to have a look at the blackboard for a minute? Over here, I wrote the Constitution, okay? And underneath is the Executive Department, but as you can see, I didn't write all the offices in here, just to make it a little more brief here, so you can get an overall picture of what the government is all about, okay? So now let's go back to page 428. And we'll start reading the same thing again.
Well, last year's National League Rookie of the Year, Scott Williamson, will come on to do the pitching for the Reds, and he inherits one huge mess. Runners at second and third with nobody out. Williamson part of a double switch. Dimitri Young, who made the last out of the inning for Cincinnati, will come out of the ballgame. Young had been playing first base, and so Sean Casey takes over at first. So Williamson will face Robin Ventura. The pitcher's spot due up next. Infield comes in, second and third, nobody out. And the fastball misses, ball one. Alfonso is at third, Piazza at second. And Ventura, who has doubled and homered in this game, in addition to being walked intentionally, try and get the Mets back in front. The outfield deep and a step towards right. Bell tied it, leading off the inning. The 1-0. In the dirt, Santiago, a good play to keep it in front of him. And that keeps Alfonso put. That's the go-ahead run right there, 90 feet away. So a workout for Santiago.
Well, it's out in front of Santiago. It looked like, look at, he's hurt. He's flexing that arm. Looked like he wanted to get out of the way of that ball. But he had to stay there and block it.
Yeah, the little things, like the go-ahead run 90 feet away.
His first reaction is, let me get out of here.
This wind is really blowing hard here at Shea Stadium, too. Going out. And the 2-0 tied up Ventura. Did he go around? No. According to Jim Joyce. 3 balls, no strikes. Of course, you look at the way the flags in this ballpark change direction. You could make a proclamation and 10 seconds later be proven wrong by a change in the flag patterns. Suffice to say, the circular winds of Shea Stadium have really kicked up. But the ball has traveled well tonight. Now what they're going to do is walk Ventura intentionally as Williamson throws ball 4. So that'll load him up. And John Nunnally, a left-hand batter, will pinch hit for Turk Wendell.
Well, you look back on that play that Turk Wendell made at first base. And that inning could be still going on. And Turk Wendell made it really was a fundamentally sound play, but it wasn't an easy play. You could see by the way Turk Wendell had to tag first base with that foot on the force play getting Ochoa. But that play will stand out if the Mets come back and win this ballgame, because you don't know if the Reds would still be hitting if Ochoa is safe at first.
Well, if Ochoa is safe, Lewis scores, so they've got at least one more run. And you're right. To this point, that looms now as the potential turning point of the game. So here's Nunnally. Bases loaded, nobody out. And a fastball misses, ball 1. What a spot for Nunnally. The infield in a tie game here in the 7th inning. And the 1-0 pitch. So 2 fastballs, 2 balls. And if Nunnally got 2 fastballs out of the strike zone, now with the bases loaded and nobody out, he has a chance to even add to those pretty good bases loaded numbers on 2-0.
Well, this is a hitter's delight right here. 2-0 with the bases loaded, the infield in. Really? This is a heater. Well,
take here?
I'm not a big believer in a take, and Nunnally's a young player, but he should be disciplined enough where he can swing the bat. He's going to get, if it's a strike, it'll be as good a pitch to hit as he's ever going to get. They have Peyton on deck. I thought him swing the bat. Well, I mean, this is a great situation for a hitter.
He takes ball 4. It forces in a run, and the Mets lead 6-5. 4 straight out of the strike zone. And when you consider that he threw 3 straight balls to Ventura and then walked him intentionally, technically that's 8 in a row out of the strike zone. So Scott Sullivan made 1 pitch in the 7th inning, and Derek Bell launched that for a game-tying home run, and no Met has been retired since.
This could be good for Peyton's confidence, this situation. A base hit here, the base is low, infield is still in.
And a fastball for a strike, 0-1. Mitchell Williamson was the Rookie of the Year last year, and he got rocked his first time out this season, giving up 3 earned runs. He's settled down since then. Right here, he's in a huge fix. Mets already leading by 1. And the 0-1.
A little bit too hard right now. Payne's the type of guy that uses the whole field. And he swung right through that pitch.
Hard slider by Williamson. I think that was the first breaking ball he's thrown here since coming in. Payton trying to extend the lead here with Piazza at 3rd, Ventura at 2nd, Nunnally the only one of the 3 with speed at 1st. And the 0-2 to Peyton. Little number foul just past Mookie.
The Mets want right now is for Peyton to put that ball in play. If you put it in play, you can force an error. Thrown ball, a booted ground ball.
See the center fielder, Ken Griffey Jr., shaded the other way. The right-hand hitter, Jay Peyton, against a hard-throwing right-hand pitcher, Williamson. Griffey not expecting Peyton to pull the ball. And the 0-2, he tried to hold his swing. Did he? No. Peyton is out on strikes.
That's a big strikeout right there. Oh, Jay Peyton, maybe his body language right there hurt him. Let's see if he went around. Wow. Yeah, he's starting to walk away. He thought the catcher called strike 3. You know what? It didn't look like he went around. But Santiago motioning down to the first base umpire, and he said strike 3. But it looked like Peyton reacted to Santiago's fist going up.
So now, Melvin Moore will bat. The Reds will drop Dawkins at short and Reese at 2nd, back to double play depth. In the dirt, but not far enough away. So Piazza stays at 3rd. Santiago's had quite a workout just in this inning.
And Santiago's one of the more active catchers behind the plate. You know, we talk about catchers. Pitchers tend to like a catcher who's quiet. Santiago's got a lot of movement behind the plate. And he looks at that ball hit the glove off the chest protector and to his right. Reminds you a little bit of Manny St. Jean, who used to catch for the Pirates. A lot of movement behind the plate.
Piazza at 3rd. Ventura at 2nd. And Nunnally at 1st with 1 out. Overpowering fastball there, 1-1. Williamson trying to fight his way through here. He has struck out Peyton with the bases loaded, nobody out, after walking a run in. And again, the Reds halfway at short and 2nd, not back fully. You see the corners even with the band. Mora with good speed, tough to double up. And a 1-1 pitch. In the dirt, 2 balls and a strike. Mora checking those signs with John Stearns, working the third base coaching lines tonight. It'll be a 2-1 to Mora. Baseball on the outside corner. Good spot by Williamson. So now 2-2 to Melvin. Left-hand hitting Matt Franco is on deck. Mets have 2 in. They've taken the lead 6-5. Looking for more with the bases loaded. For and received time. All played up Rich Riekert. I'll be hoping for a 9th straight win. And the 2-2 pitch. Outside ball 3. Williamson has thrown predominantly fastballs. 1 or 2 sliders, and that's been it. So if you're Mora with the bases loaded, and the Mets already ahead of run, and the count 3-2, are you even thinking at all about the slider, or are you just looking fastball here?
You got to sit on the fastball. Hope he doesn't throw a slider for a strike. If he does, you better hope you can foul it off. You can't sit on anything but a heater right now.
And the payoff pitch coming. Fastball, chop, foul.
He's got to look for it again.
Group. Williamson won 12 games out of the bullpen last year. And the payoff pitch held away. So Mora continuing to duel with Williamson here.
Well, Melvin's going to get the fastball. As we said, if he gets that slider, you hope you foul it off. There he is. He's still on fire.
Channing Melvin Mora. And the 3-2 pitch again. Fouled straight back.
For a wonder a hitter stays at the plate, I think he has the advantage. He's seen 3 straight fastballs, 3-2, and he's fouled them off. Looks like you might be jumping at the ball a little bit. You know, you get in a situation like this, you're over anxious. First thing that flies out there, you jump. And your body's way out in front.
Well, what about from the other perspective? Williamson, he's fouled fastballs off 3 straight times now on 3-2. Is there the temptation to throw him the slider?
You really, unless you think you can throw that baby for a strike, you don't have the luxury. The game's on the line. It's a 6-5 game. Mets are in front. You've got to go with your best pitch, the one you can control the best.
Payoff pitch, got him.
He did it. He came back with that fastball, threw it by him. Yeah, there's no room to mess around now.
Well, Williamson muscling up here. He has struck out Peyton and now Mora. His dead red challenged him all the way down
Threw
the
right
line.
by him. Yeah, you know, you had him jumping at the ball, and then he popped him right there. That's a nasty pitch. Mora had a good swing, swung right through it.
So now Matt Franco, the last chance for the Mets to extend their lead here in the 7th.
Double switch once again, and you find Matt Franco in a key spot on the double switch. And the double switch came early in the game. It came in the 6th inning. And Matt Franco finds himself with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the 7th.
This is the kind of pitcher the Mets had some success with before, not specifically, only 0 for 1 against him. Matt has never hit a grand slam, has the bases loaded here. And the 0-1 chop to the right side. Casey will take it himself. And even though Williamson walked in the go-ahead run, he still came back to do quite a job. 2 strikeouts and a ground ball. Derek Bell tied the game on the first pitch of the 7th inning. So the bell tolled at Shea, and then the Mets took the lead. We'll head to the 8th.
York State is doing more than ever to protect the air we breathe and the water we drink. Now you can do your part. Hi, I'm George Pataki. Under New York's Energy Smart program, we're working to make the products you buy cleaner and more energy efficient. You can help by looking for the Energy Star label, the symbol for energy efficiency on appliances and lighting products. You'll help protect the environment and save up to 30% on your energy bill. That's a difference all New Yorkers can appreciate.
We'd like to congratulate the competition in the Dakar Rally. It must be brutal, racing 5,000 miles in a cloud of dust. The 2000 Mitsubishi Montero Sport, from the brand that's won the Dakar Rally a record 5 times. Buy one now for 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months, and 0% APR for 3 whole years. Just one thought for the competition. Hurry, this deal ends May 1st.
Well, now the Mets are in front in a game that's gone back and forth. Mets took the lead early, as you see on our line score. The Reds tied it in the 3rd. And after the Mets built a 4-1 lead, the Reds put up a 4 spot. But now that the Mets have the 6-5 lead, John Franco will look for 3 outs and a hold here, and presumably hand off to Armando Benitez in the 9th if things stay the way they are right now.
Well, John's pitched 8 innings this year, has allowed 10 hits, 3 walks, 6 Ks. So John Franco on a relief. John grew up watching the Mets play. Now he's wearing a 1969 uniform along with his manager, Bobby Valentine. So it's turned back to clock night here at Shea Stadium.
This is where Bobby really should have an advantage over Jack McKeon, particularly the way the Reds bullpen has struggled. But already we've seen Mora, one of 3 hitters victimized by Scott Williamson. 2 by strikeouts. The Mets, who had a run in and then scored another one to go in front 6-5, had the bases loaded, nobody out, but could not get another run home. So keep that in mind. We go to the 8th inning as Franco checks in with Aaron Boone. Boone 0 for 2, hit by a pitch fastball upstairs. He's had about a half dozen potential turning points.
Well, a big play, and the one that we can't forget, is that play that Turk Window made at first base.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Turk hustling over there, and it was a fundamentally sound play, but it was more difficult than it seemed. He was on a dead run and had to get a hold of that bag. Bang, bang play at first.
What's Charlie doing?
Fixing the helmet.
Slowly hit. Ventura cuts it off. It throws out Boone, 1 away. So John Franco has the first out here in the 8th inning. Here's the play Fran was talking about. To this point, perhaps as important as any in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Reds, you don't know how long the rally would have gone on. You see the check, swing, ground ball. Look at the foot race. I didn't think Window was going to beat Ochoa to first base. Ochoa thought he was safe, but Turk got the bag. And that turns out to be a big, big play.
Benito Santiago, 2 out of 3. And Franco on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike to Benito. Santiago now on a mini hitting streak, which he extended to 5 games. Those 2 hits. Way outside, 1-1.
There's Charlie. Charlie's working on a helmet. It also gives Charlie an opportunity to get out. Maybe. Oh, he's going to hit. He's going to hit.
You don't think somebody just told him he was on television, do you?
Yeah, we're getting him.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Santiago.
It gives Charlie a chance also to get out into the dugout, work on the equipment, and give Bobby Valentine some advice when he's out there. You know, try this, Bobby, try that. Look at him with the helmet. I thought he was going to hit.
1-2 to Santiago. When he hears about this, he might be the target.
Well, Charlie's a first-class individual. You know that.
One of the all-time greats.
Takes care of all the travel, takes care of the equipment. 2 of the toughest jobs in baseball. I'm being serious about that.
2-2 to Benito Santiago. Line. And Alfonso plugs the hole, throws him out, 2 men away. A soft liner, soft being the operative term, because it gave Alfonso time to get over to the hole.
But our marquee matchup tonight, the second baseman, Alfonso and Reese. Marriott Marquee matchup. Wasn't it?
Alfonso and Pokey Reese. And here's Travis Dawkins. To Dawkins. Turns 21 years of age next month.
There he is.
Not Charlie. Charlie will be there in 2 months. Oh, 1-1. Tell you what, Charlie does some job with that travel.
Well, yes, he does.
Everything he's got to line up, so many requests coming in at the last minute. He's a big part of this organization, Charlie Samuels.
Saw him with a helmet on before, though.
Franco 1-1 to Dawkins. Side, 2 balls and a strike. Dawkins had a cup of coffee with the Reds late last year. But basically has made this jump from Double-A, although it's temporary with Larkin on the disabled list. And around 2-2.
The Reds were reluctant to really bring him up. He came up from Double-A ball. They feel he needs some more seasoning, but they forced him up. Here's that last pitch, and John Franco, he will drive a young player crazy. If you don't know Franco, you're going to be doing a lot of that, checking your swing on pitches down and out of the strike zone.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ball, center field, plenty of room for Peyton. And a 1-2-3 inning for John Franco. So they wanted 3 outs from him. Score stays the same. They can turn it over to Benitez if that's the plan of Bobby Valentine of the night.
Hey, beer man, one for the groom-to-be? Bachelor party, eh? Well, this is Frost Brewed Coors Light. Are you ready for that kind of commitment? Yeah. Please rise. Stand up. Do you take this can to be your very own? Do you promise to love, honor, and cherish every ounce of this Rocky Mountain refreshment? I do. I told myself I wasn't going to cry. If anyone here has reason why these two should not be joined together, speak now. There you go.
Get connected at The Wiz. Get Apple's iMac digital video computer on sale for $999.99. The hottest, the latest, whatever it is, it's at The Wiz. It's the #1 selling sport utility in America. It has control track 4-wheel drive and available V8 engine. It has standard ABS and cargo space with versatility to take you and your gear anywhere with no boundaries. The 2000 Ford Explorer. Need another reason? Now get $1,000 cash back or $500 cash back plus 3/9 financing. Ford Explorer. Another great reason to visit your Tri-State Quality Ford store today.
Missed you bingo last night, Bill.
Took the missus to Barbados.
Barbados. That new palm tree out back did get me curious.
Grows coconuts.
Why he's got coconuts? Maui!
Just get up and go with lastminutetravel.com, the marketplace of just-released offers.
Last of the 8th inning, the Mets with a 6-5 lead on a night that they've turned back the clocks, recognizing the 1969 World Championship team as part of the promotion for the new movie coming up, which will be released on Friday, Frequency. Got to talk to the star of the movie, Dennis Quaid, earlier tonight.
He threw out the first ball, did a nice job with that.
Yeah, just about made it all the way to home plate, just a stride or 2 ahead of the rubber. And Ricky Henderson leads off against Scott Williamson here in the last of the 8th inning. 0-1 to Ricky. If you want to look ahead to the top of the 9th inning, the Reds will be scheduled to send up Sean Casey, Pokey Reese, and Alex Ochoa. And then, if necessary, Ken Griffey Jr. 0-1 to Ricky, slider away. So with our Armando Benitez throwing in the bullpen. That could be a very, very interesting top of the 9th inning. A great deal of a plan to keep the bat out of Griffey's hands. He's scheduled to hit 4. 1-1 on the way to Henderson. And the fastball high.
We talked about Griffey's struggles here early this season in the National League. We just hope that if you're a Met fan or a Met player, he continues to struggle for the next 2 days. It's not going to continue all year.
We've already seen one great defensive play from him.
Oh, what a play he made tonight.
And a good job by Franco, working a 1-2-3 8th inning. 2-1. Way inside. The pitcher who is on the hook for Cincinnati is Scott Sullivan. Mark Wendell, the pitcher of record for the Mets. 3-1 on the way. Ball 4.
And Derek Bell's next. And Don Gullett's going to the phone.
Derek Bell.
Boy, he's becoming a favorite here. That's what a hot bat and a good glove will do for you. He got a pitch tonight that sat there and said, hit me. And Derek Bell did just that.
It was the very first pitch of the 7th inning from Scott Sullivan. And that home run tied the game at 5. Each team with 8 hits, but the Mets with 1 more run. They're looking to expand the lead. Fouled off by Bell, 0-1.
Bell is in his element now tonight with that, with his uniform, the pants the way they are. That's his favorite kind.
He rips him the way Ventura. And who else? Somebody else ripped a pair of pants tonight, did.
Alfonso.
All we got to do, there's enough material there to make 2 more. Ricky was leaning, but he's back in time. Interesting call here with Ricky Henderson, the all-time base-stealing leader at first base, and Derek Bell locked in. Here are the Mets with a 1-run lead.
You can let him run. This should have no effect on Ricky Henderson, whether or not Derek Bell's at the plate. When you're going to pitch Derek Bell, you get Alfonso behind him. Henderson can do anything he wants.
I was thinking more about Derek Bell. And as locked in as Bell is, if you're Derek, do you want to wonder or worry about whether or not Ricky's going to go and he's hitting the ball the way he hit it last time up?
Well, nothing seems to be bothering his concentration. Look at that ball sit up there for Derek Bell. And he hits a bullet into the bleachers in left field. And another one is becoming a favorite. That's what good hitting will do.
I mean, interestingly, Ricky has not been as aggressive since Bell got hot in terms of base stealing. Not running here, and Bell shoots one to the hole. Plugged by Reese to second. Wow. Back to first, a double play.
What a play right there.
Reese to Dawkins to Casey.
Well, he got the Gold Glove last year. There was some concern here in New York. They felt Alfonso should get it. Alfonso had a great year. So did Reese with the glove. And that's a big league double play. Take another look. Bell hits this ball hard. Henderson holding his ground. Reese tripping, about to fall. Flips to Dawkins, who goes to first. To Casey. Very good play by the Cincinnati Reds. Look at it again from our right field camera. How about Reese? Turning completely around, making a flip, and a good one to Dawkins. And Dawkins, strong throw to first base.
So 2 out, nobody on. Alfonso's had a good night. Takes a strike. Alfonso a 2-run home run, also walked, singled, and scored in 4 plate appearances. So now 2 out, nobody on. And still leading 6-5. We're in the 8th. Off the outside corner, 1-1. Mets are 6 out of 7 in 1-run games so far this year. It's starting to look like They'll play another one tonight, potentially. They're leading by 1 now. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Fonsa. You have the kind of depth and quality the Mets do in the bullpen. You should do very, very well in 1-run games. As well as Williamson's pitched. Remember, he did walk in the go-ahead run. So again, the Mets have had the edge in the bullpen. First 8 pitches that Williamson threw when he came out of the pen, relieving Sullivan, were balls. Came on with 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Faced Ventura, walked him intentionally after falling behind 3-0. Graves is the closer. Reyes the left-hander. Graves really the only positive thing that has been working in the bullpen this year for Jack McKeon. What would that be about at this point? And he's gone basically fastball slider. He's 1-2 here to Alfonso. There's nobody on. With 2 out, Piazza's on deck.
Could be maybe Ray's having trouble picking up the signs, so Santiago goes out. Let's talk about the signs. Can't be a mechanical.
1-2, outside and low. Williamson, the 4th pitcher used tonight by Jack McKeon. Rob Bell started. Went 4 innings, gave up 5 hits, about 60 pitches. Not a particularly high pitch count.
Well, Williamson certainly looks like he has good stuff tonight. Good slider right there for Alfonso. But I mean, Santiago could have been sent out to talk to Williamson by McKeon, by Don Gullett. I'm not sure why they would do it when he's up on the count with 2 outs in the 8th inning.
Yeah, it was 1-2 when he went out there.
And they worked it to a 3-2 count. So whatever they told him was wrong. Don Gullett, excellent pitching coach with the Cincinnati Reds.
Payoff pitch to Alfonso, way upstairs.
Shouldn't have gone out there. Whatever Santiago said to Williamson was wrong.
Well, he's thrown a lot of pitches. I mean, you wonder how much Williamson might have in the tank at this point.
Oh, he looks like he has pretty good stuff.
Well, he's throwing hard. But
you like to baby these pitchers. You want to get them out.
Absolutely.
Here's a young guy.
I'm a Renaissance man. It's the 21st century.
That's right. 3 pitches, your history.
That's it.
There's nothing wrong with giving a guy the ball for 2 or 3 innings.
Well, Jack McKeon agrees with you. And he's used Danny Graves in the 8th inning with leads. And he said, hey, we're not trying to reinvent the game here. I'm just trying to win. Yeah. So here's Piazza now. A couple of doubles in this game.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be a manager trying to do that because you might have a revolution or a rebellion on your hands if you start losing, you're not taking care of the arms of the pitchers. That's where the problem starts. You got to keep those guys in a bullpen happy.
Sign that he just overthrew as opposed to being tired?
Yeah, he threw the ball pretty hard, but it was off the plate.
Piazza has taken the league lead in extra base hits. 2 doubles tonight. Now he has 2 more than Gonzalez. Waved at the slider, 1-2.
No, there's nothing wrong with that pitch right there, right?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just asking. You're the guy who caught these guys.
A guy throws a ball a foot off the plate or a couple inches off the plate. Sometimes, you know what? It's just off the plate. He's not tired. He's okay. He got his rest.
He did have some long duels, particularly with Melvin Mora in the 7th inning when the bases were loaded. Melvin worked the count full, fouled off some pitches on 3-2.
But that's okay. He still looks like he has good stuff, right? But I understand how you want to handle your pitching staff. Gently.
Just like in Stratomatic. Push a button. 1-2 on the way to Piazza. He's protecting away. He fouls it back.
One thing in fantasy baseball, a lot of guys I know are involved in fantasy baseball, you don't have to take emotions into consideration in fantasy baseball.
Listen, there's passion on the computer, too.
I'm talking about compassion. Compassion, that passion.
Well, there's passion in the computer baseball games, too. So I've heard. 1-2 to Piazza. Stepped on. Piazza stepped out. And now looks like they're both ready with Alfonso at first and 2 men away. 6-5 New York. We're in the 8th. And the 1-2 pitch. Softly to Reese at second, who goes the short one. And the side retired. So the Mets in another 1-run game. They have the lead as we head to the 9th. Benitez will come in to try and save it. Junior Griffey would be up 4th.
Before you buy or lease any new or used car or truck, it pays to look into Jim Smith Chevrolet.
Now at Jim Smith Chevrolet, 0 down, 0 security deposit, 0 first payment when you lease a fabulous brand new 2000 Malibu sedan.
Whatever your taste, needs, and budget, it pays to look into Jim Smith Chevrolet.
Choose from our huge inventory, including great new 2000 Tahoes and Suburbans.
Look into Jim Smith Chevrolet. It pays. Introducing the 3-passenger 1100 STX DI. Authentic jet ski, only from Kawasaki.
Haverstraw Motorsports, big toys for big boys and girls, too. Route 9W Haverstraw.
The clock night. And these retro uniforms have suited the Mets fine so far. They've kept Ken Griffey Jr. in check, at least offensively. Junior was junior in the field. And Derek Bell, one of 3 Met home runs tonight. Before we go to the 9th, take a look at your GM game summary.
Alfonso and Ventura and Bell. 3 home runs in this ball game for the Mets. You can see the 3 to 5 hitters are swinging hot bats. Lewis, a big pinch hit. 2-run single in the 6th inning. But as we go to the 9th, the Mets have a 1-run lead. That's our GM game summary. And it's cool here and windy at Shea Stadium. And it's going to be cool on the field and hot on the field because you're going to have a flamethrower in Armando Benitez pitching to Sean Casey, who's been cool because he's been injured this year. Batting .222, 2 doubles, scored 2 runs. So Armando Benitez, who can send you some heat, 2.92 ERA. You see the 16 strikeouts in 12 1/3 innings. He's only walked 4. When he has those 3 pitches going, he can be intimidating. Fastball, slider, splitter.
1 ball, no strike to Casey, who is 0 for 3 in his career against Armando Benitez.
Casey was a member of the Cleveland Indian organization, and he was signed originally by the Indians. The scout was Jack McKeon's son, Kelly.
On the outside corner, 1-1.
They picked up Casey to trade with the Indians, and one of the scouts now with the Cincinnati Reds is Kelly McKeon. I guess he came in the deal.
Package deal, yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Benitez gets ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. 1 something to consider here in the 9th inning. Remember, Ray Ordonez is not here. So Melvin Mora, maybe the Mets' best defensive player apart from Ordonez, playing shortstop. Ordinarily in a one-run game, he might be in left field rather than Ricky Henderson in the 9th inning. Fastball misses, 2-2.
Ricky playing left field.
John Nunnally, yeah, John Nunnally already out of the game, having been used as a pinch hitter. But Bobby has a choice. Where does he want more? Shortstop or left field? He's chosen shortstop. Full count now to Casey. So Benitez, mindful of the fact that after Reese, the on-deck hitter is Alex Ochoa. Casey, Reese, Ochoa. If any one of them get on, barring a double play, you'll have to deal with Griffey in the 9th. The payoff pitch to Casey off the outside corner. And the tying run is on with nobody out.
There's Ken Griffey Jr. in the dugout. Bobby Valentine very aware of his presence. You get Pokey Reese now, a guy with good speed, can handle the bat, batting .400. Do you move the runner to second base? Alex Ochoa follows Reese.
Well, conventionally, you play to win on the road, tie at home.
I would let this guy swing the bat.
I would too. I wouldn't expect him to be sacrificing, but he is. And he pushes it foul. Now, part of this,
Casey doesn't run well. He's on first base, so they might have a shot at second base if the ball is bunted with velocity towards the first baseman. Now you see Jack McKeon. He'll be making those decisions. That was a 93-mile-per-hour fastball. We've seen Benitez get it up to 97, 98, 99.
This is a great spot here in the 9th inning. So much going on. You know, with the possible sacrifice here, he gave him one shot. You're going to give him another, but he pulls it back. Now, just play it ahead a little bit.
I'd take it off now. I'd let Reese swing the bat.
Well, let's play it ahead even further. Let's say he does sacrifice him along, and Ochoa fails to move.
You put Griffey out.
Yeah, exactly. Do you take Ken Griffey, who would then represent the go-ahead run, and just put him on if it comes down to that?
Well,
all kinds of possibilities here in the 9th inning.
The biggest thing is they want to get him to the plate.
It's 1-1 to Pokey Reese. Ventura in tight at third. He pulls it back, but takes a strike. 1-2.
So he's going to be swinging now. Ron Oyster, the third base coach, flashing signs to Pokey Reese. Reese taking a pitch. He didn't like the call. Might have had a legitimate complaint.
Ochoa next, or at least after Reese would be next, but then Griffey. The 1-2 pitch. Armando Benitez blows Pokey Reese away. One man out.
Well, they're going to pinch hit for Alex Ochoa. Take a look at that last pitch. Only one swing of the bat for Pokey Reese. Reese, a guy that usually puts the ball in play, but Armando Benitez blew it by him. So he attempted to bunt twice, and then one swing of the bat, and he's in the dugout.
And again, somewhat unconventional here. Michael Tucker, in the conventional lefty-righty move, will be the pinch hitter, but playing for the tie on the road.
You're going by that book.
Well, you played for this guy. Is he like that?
No, he's a very aggressive manager. They're extremely aggressive. But they want to get Griffey to that plate. You got Michael Tucker batting .244, home runs, 6 RBIs, and scored 7 runs. So it's lefty against a righty. And Griffey's on deck.
Outside with a fastball.
No speed on first base. And Jack McKeon is a manager who loves speed.
He doesn't have any of it in the dugout. Hal Morris and Taubensee. Fastball, 1-1. Eddie Taubensee, the backup catcher.
I think maybe a pitcher, have the pitcher run for Casey, if you have one that can run. And then you can put Taubensee at first base, if need be.
He didn't like that last call from home plate ump Rich Reefer. But it's 1-1 to Tucker. Casey at first, 1 out. And the breaking ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes, so he went to the slider to get ahead. It's with a 6-5 lead here in the ninth. Griffey on deck. 1-2 to the pinch hitter Tucker. It's Stadium the other way in the outfield against the hard-throwing Benitez. Tucker stepping out. Trying to slow Benitez down. Break his rhythm. And the 1-2. So Benitez, who got ahead with a slider, freezes him with a fastball. And how great is this? 6-5. This strikeout puts the game into the hands of Ken Griffey Jr. with 2 men out in the 9th inning. Well, earlier today, these guys were palling around. Don Nunnally and Armando Benitez greeting Jr. What was a friendly conversation now is hardly that, with the game on the line. Casey at first, 2 out, 6-5 New York. On the corner, 0-1.
Well, they're staying away. Benitez with that right there, 91-mile-per-hour fastball. But how many times on highlight films over the years did you see Griffey take that outside fastball and jerk it over the right field wall or hit it the other way?
Crowd booing because Jr. stepped out. You see the only hit against Armando for Ken Griffey Jr., a home run. Well, you almost pay some money just to get in and see this confrontation and nothing more, knowing that the entire game rides on it. What a great setup. Line drive towards the right field corner, but foul. And now Benitez in front, 0-2. Griffey just out in front of the slider. So it's been a long game, a chilly night, but this confrontation worth the wait with the game on the line. The Mets led 1-0. The Reds tied it. The Mets went in front 4-1. The Reds went in front of the Mets before New York took the lead in the 7th, perhaps for good. It's down to this. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And again, time call.
Griffey trying to just mess with Benitez's rhythm.
Matt Franco was playing in front of Casey earlier in the inning. He's behind him now. Outside, 1-2.
He might as well just stay behind. You don't have to worry about keeping him close, although a tweener would score Casey, but Griffey might hit a bullet down into first base, give Franco some room to maneuver.
It'll be a 1-2 pitch. Overthrew it, and the count even.
They're going to move Franco all the way back to get the runner.
Alfonso, a couple of steps on the grass. 2-2 pitch. Just missed. So now, Casey, the runner at first, will have an automatic start on 3-2. And how close was this?
Well, it was down. Good call by the home plate umpire.
Casey will be off and running. The outfield deep. It'll be a payoff pitch. Put it in the books. Benitez freezes Griffey. And the Mets win it 6-5.
fastball right on the corner to get Griffey looking. What an ending to a ball game where Bell hits a home run, Ventura homers, Benitez comes in relief and strikes out Ken Griffey Jr. with a tying run on first base. Good pitching by the big guy. And let's not forget John Franco, and let's not forget that play by Turk Wendell at first base.
With all of the hitting, the long balls, Bell had one of the 3 Mets home runs. I agree with you, Fran. Biggest play of the night, the put out by Wendell at first base on Alex Ochoa, leading up ultimately to Benitez striking out Griffey to end it.
And look at the last pitch, bang! Well, boy, I'll tell you, Griffey might have a legitimate complaint. Watch Mike Piazza move his glove back over the plate. There's some movement, and they get the call. Griffey disagrees. The Mets might have caught a break, but it came down to Griffey against Benitez. And Benitez gets the call. Griffey's not happy. Ball game's over. So the bullpen once again stepping up for the Mets.
So, by the way, the Mets have a 9-game winning streak. And the Reds have lost their 4th in a row. What a game tonight here at Shea. We're coming back.
When it comes to investing, experts say look for security. The confidence of safe returns. We couldn't agree more. Chevy Blaze.
The Mets have now won 9 straight as they defeat the Cincinnati Reds by a score of 6-5. Turk Wendell out of the pen with the win, now 2-0. Armando Benitez picks up his 8th save of the season. Closed captioning has been brought to you by The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment. Mike Piazza had 2 hits tonight, a pair of doubles, but we want to talk about that matchup at the end of the game. Ken Griffey Jr., who's been struggling but is dangerous nonetheless. What goes into that matchup between he and Armando?
Well, I mean, there's no question he's an awesome player. I mean, he's just pressing a little bit now, and you know, we're just trying to take advantage of it and just make good pitches on him. I mean, he had a couple of very good swings that could have put them ahead. So, yeah, we were a little fortunate tonight, and you know, the way things have been going, the way we've been playing, fortunately, we're getting those breaks right now.
And there's no question the breaks are going the Mets' way. We're going to take a look at Griffey at the plate with the tying run on base in Sean Casey and 2 out. Are you just thinking fastball here? It's strength versus strength?
Yeah, we threw him a slider. He pulled very hard foul, and that was a real good pitch. I mean, it went across the plate. I thought it was something in that situation he really, you know, has got to offer at. But, you know, we froze him right there, and it was a good pitch. But, like I said, he's an awesome player. He's going to get you a few times, too. Just fortunately tonight, you know, we were able to get him tonight.
Yeah, and the Mets are in this good groove, obviously. They've won now 9 in a row. What's changed since the beginning of the year? Is it just a matter of getting games in after the trip to Japan and a lot of days off?
Yeah, I think we're just starting to feel comfortable as a team and come together as a team, and obviously just great team offense. I mean, we're swinging the bats well. If someone falters a little bit, we have someone else to pick them up. Derek Bell's been carrying everybody, so, you know, we just want to ride him as long as we can. And Robin's coming around a little bit, so when we swing the bats well, we can score a lot of runs. So that's what we just want to try to continue.
Whether it's in the old unis or the older unis, it works out for the Mets.
Yeah, these were a lot of fun, but we're ready for the regular one.
Well, they'll be back in the regular ones tomorrow. Mike, we appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow. The Mets take on Cincinnati, of course, tomorrow night. They'll look to run the winning streak to 10. Tonight, they win it by a score of 6-5. Ken Griffey Jr. caught looking as Benitez, after yielding the walk to open the inning, comes back and strikes out the next 3. And as Howie would say, put it in the books. The Mets winners. More after this.
Up to here in off-road is no time to discover your truck's off-road package is little more than decals, when what you really need is a burly, overbuilt suspension. Solid steel and high-tech composite skid plates, big, honking 17-inch wheels, and special tires. The new and very different 2001 Dodge Ram Off-Roadster. It draws a new line in the mud. Now get a $1,000 cash allowance on 2000 model year Rams.
It's another beautiful day.
I'm walking
Don't lose it to seasonal allergies. Take control. Talk to your doctor about Claritin. Just one Claritin tablet daily brings you 24 hours of non-drowsy relief from seasonal allergy symptoms. Claritin has a low occurrence of side effects such as headache, drowsiness, fatigue, and dry mouth, similar to sugar pills. Don't lose a single day. Take clear control. Take Claritin.
Some people think lower salt and no MSG means a boring hot dog. Some people also aren't Thuman's people.
Brewed Coors Light. Nice choice.
Thanks.
Nothing like some ice cold Rocky Mountain perfection to wet your whistle.
Yeah, you sure know a lot about beer. Come here often?
I haven't missed a game yet.
Really? Whoa. Could this get any better? Wow.
You're spilling your beer.
She's a beer man.
Your beer.
Whoa.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by the men and women of General Motors, whose commitment to quality brings you outstanding cars and trucks. By Transworld Airlines, one mission, yours. By Coors Light, Frost Brew to tap the clean taste of the Rockies. By The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment. And by Ford Cars and Trucks, built for the way you live. At your Tri-State Quality Ford store.
Well, the Mets come away with the win tonight. 6 runs on 8 hits. Cincinnati 5 runs, 8 hits. Scott Sullivan, the loser. Turk Wendell, the winner. Time to take a look at our Dodge drive of the game, and it comes courtesy of Derek Bell. You heard Mike Piazza talk about how red-hot the Mets right fielder has been. Well, the first pitch he saw in the 7th inning from Sullivan got out of here in laser-like fashion into the bleachers over the left field wall. Curtain call for Bell, his 3rd home run of the season. And that tied things up. The Mets later on in that inning would score the go-ahead run when John Nunnally picked up the bases-loaded walk, and the Mets go on to the victory by a score of 6-5. Another fabulous job by the Mets bullpen. Turk Wendell comes in relief of Al Leiter, followed by John Franco, and then Armando Benitez, who shuts things down in the 9th inning to pick up his 8th save of the year, as the Mets now win 9 in a row. 14 wins against 7 losses for the Mets through the first 21 games. Long ball was one of the themes of tonight's game. They had a pair of home runs prior to Bell's shot. The first one from Edgardo Alfonso was a 2-run shot in the 3rd inning as Alfonso connects on the long ball. This was just a monstrous shot. Then 2 batters later was Robin Ventura facing Rob Bell. And he ripped this one to right field, a line drive home run. The Mets go out to the early lead, but then Leiter has some problems in the 6th inning, gives up 4 runs on 4 hits, leaves the game. Turk Wendell comes on. Key situation as the Mets are trying to keep this game close. They were down 5-4 when Wendell came on. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, and Turk facing the 2nd hitter in the order, Alex Ochoa, the former Met, hits a little bit of a squibbler down the line. He's got great speed out of the box. Dangerous situation if he gets to first base. If Wendell doesn't win the race, another run scores, and who knows how much longer the Reds will be at bat. But here's the play, in case you missed it. Again, it comes in the 6th inning. 2nd and 3rd, check swing by Ochoa. Little in-between ball, fielded by Franco, who flips to Wendell just in time. Ochoa can't believe it. Jack McKean came out to argue it. But in the end, the replay clearly showed that Wendell had won the race with Ochoa, and that was the end of the inning for Cincinnati. The Mets then wound up putting the 2 spot on the board in the 7th and come away with the 6-5 victory. So the Mets come away with the W. Big night all around for the home fans and the home team. We'll come back with some final thoughts from Shea after this.
Well, when I got hurt in this work, I thought I had supplemental insurance.
Supplemental insurance? What's that?
Aflac.
Well, even best insurance doesn't give you cash to cover things like lost pay, other expenses. This does.
What does? Aflac.
Shouldn't ask about it at work.
Really? And what's it called?
Aflac.
Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete.
Aflac.
Now's the time to head to McDonald's for 2 temptingly tender chicken sandwiches. Introducing the new crispy chicken and the new chicken McGrill, made hot, fresh, right to order, with all white meat and the perfect seasonings for a surprising taste.
Whoa. That was only the first bite.
Who has 2 great new chicken sandwiches? Did somebody say McDonald's? A worldwide Olympic partner.
See it, hear it, live it, connect at the Wiz. Get Mitsubishi's 46-inch TV and save $600, now $2699.99. And Panasonic's portable DVD players, only $1299.99. Sharper pictures, clearer sound, the hottest, the latest, whatever it is, it's at the Wiz.
Do you think your fridge can hold all that?
It's always a challenge.
Well, why not get a bigger one at Sears? The only store that carries the top 6 brand names.
It'd have to be a really good price.
Oh, it is. Right now, you'll save $100 on a Kenmore Top Mount refrigerator with a built-in ice maker. It's only $4.99.
Sounds great.
And when you buy any home appliance over $3.99, Sears will deliver it for free.
So I'll be able to keep lots of crisp green stuff, right?
Lots. Hurry, sale ends Friday. Sears, the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
The multinational conglomerate. Kansas, Oklahoma.
Ever get the feeling some people just stop trying? At Avis, we take a novel approach to service. We give it.
A chilled crowd on hand at Shea Stadium tonight, but they were warmed by the final result. The Mets defeat Cincinnati by a score of 6-5, so the Mets have now won 9 straight. Atlanta also a winner tonight. They shut out Los Angeles by a score of 1-0, so the Mets and Braves remain tied for first in the National League East, the Mets trailing by percentage points. Our next game tomorrow night from Shea Stadium. Game 2 of this 3-game set between the Mets and the Reds. Join us for Geico Mets on Deck as we kick off our coverage beginning at 6:30. Coming up next here on Fox Sports Net, it's the National Sports Report. Don't forget, they'll give you all the scores of all the sports within the first 10 minutes. Well, it was retro night here at Shea. They turned back the clock and kind of give you a turn back the clock look. Had some replays from the game. Alex Ochoa made a fine play, robbing Melvin Moore of a home run. Robin Ventura, no one was going to get that one, as he had a dinger in the 3rd inning. Derek Bell liked that. He even liked it a bit more when Ricardo Alfonso was able to go deep. When you're as hot as Bell is, everything looks good. The door opened for Cincinnati in the 6th. Al Leiter said, oh, man, we're not going to lose this one, are we? Bell was robbed by a great catch by Griffey, but he had revenge next at bat. The home run to tie things up, and the Mets would later score another run in that 7th. The curtain call for Bell and company as the Mets with the win. Junior strikes out with the tying run on base. The Mets with the win. Mondo with the save. So long.
Game over. Banged up Pat Riley and the Heat look to flex their muscles against the Pistons in Miami.
Tim Duncan, an innocent bystander, so it's up to Mr. Robinson to stop the Suns in his neighborhood.
Alex Fernandez and the Marlins make a statement. Politics and baseball collide. It'll work stoppage.
Could be a bat stoppage as well. Some of baseball's best arms were in action tonight.
And Todd Marinovich, once again, finds himself on the wrong side of the law. That's not all we have for you on the National Report.
I'm Kevin Kennedy. With all the big arms in action tonight, I'll tell you who I think the best pitcher in baseball is.
I'm Jack Haley. I'll explain how Pat Riley and company tried to turn up the heat on the Pistons.
And I'm Marcus Johnson. I'll tell you about KG and those hungry T-Wolves in Portland. Stay right here. The National Sports Report is right now.
Welcome inside the Fox Network Center and the National Sports Report, along with Jeannie Zalasko. Nice to see you, Jeannie. In for Psycho, Steve Lyons. We have our cast of analysts, Chris Myers. We want to
Welcome, especially those of you watching in South Florida for the first time on Fox Sports Net in Florida. Hope you'll stay with us throughout the program.
Yeah, we think you're going to like it. We'll be gentle. Webheads, as always, are welcome. We begin tonight by asking you for your questions, thoughts, and opinions. So you tell us by logging on to foxsports.com, clicking on the You Tell Us icon. And, of course, as always, look out below the Fox Sports ticker. We'll keep you updated with every professional score in the first 10 minutes of every show.
All right, we'll start with an important score in the NBA. Tonight at American Airlines Arena, Miami's focus shifted from work stoppage to shot blockage. The series between the Pistons and Heat heating up thanks to the player that Miami residents have tagged as the Motor City Motor Mouth, Jerry Stackhouse. Stackhouse called Alonzo Mourning's famed intensity a joke, saying that Mourning's fist-pumping and staring into the television cameras makes him sick. Grant Hill, a little sick, still ailing with that bruised left foot, and a peaceful protest across the street from the arena over the Elian Gonzalez controversy. Tim Hardaway still sitting it out. Anthony Carter.